We are starting session 18, getting up there in numbers. Um, and as we come into session 18, throw it to Hayes for the recap.
So excited. All right. Nothing in this house was. Nothing in this house was what it seemed. Hayes had learned quickly. From feeling that initial tug of another timeline, the off-putting food upon entering, the desk, not desk, that had shifted to attack the group, seeing Nendra and Akal who were there but not then, and the sculpture at the end of the upstairs hall that split much like time itself. The room was almost like a shrine, though Hayes had never really been very religious himself. Despite how much of their life had been touched by the gods, they hadn't really ever been one to praise or worship, and couldn't tell what such a shrine room might be to, if anything specific. Besides, of course, the draconic passage in a book outside it. Give praise to the stone which raised to protect our hearts and home. Whatever that meant. The wall upstairs opened, splitting like time, which I realized I've said twice, and after gathering what was left of the chest contents from within the hidden room, nothing but very old paper scraps with dwarvish writing, the party followed along the hall. As they stepped into the grand library, Indian's personal bubble of timelessness, Anonymous's agreement to look into whoever sent Hayes their blackmail letter so long as Yin was killed weighed heavy on Hayes's mind. Never had they entered a place with the intention of murder. The circumstances justified it, right? From how Anonymous had spoken about them, Yin needed to be taken care of. Or was Hayes blinded by their own personal vendetta? She didn't let the thought blossom, crushing the seed before it could sprout. What lies in the void? Do you hear them too? What connection did Yin have with Miracle? Time and shadows clung to each, their own domains respectively, children of the Forsaken. Without the memory stick they expected and denied the tablet, Yin's fingers bloodied for a fight, Hakal wielding golden twin blades as the pair attacked. There was that tug again, something familiar in Hayes' gut, alongside the dread and fear rising. The anomalous night in Center Market, the stories she'd heard from Lialia. They did the only thing that felt right, pulling into another timeline, having a chance this time to stop the frozen helplessness before it began, not realizing it would only give Yin that much more power, which was shown when they were able to choose resistance to Teddy's moonbeam. It made sense now why Anonymous had such trouble with them for centuries. Marigold had taken the tablet from Xanthi, some when and somehow, destroying it with her magic to keep the information from Yin, who in turn bent time and reality to bring the room to a future state of dystopian ruin, shifting order in a way reminiscent of the night of the Gibbering Mouther. But Yin wasn't the only one harnessing their own domain. Marigold leaned into hers, into her shadows, taking care of Yin behind her thick cloak of darkness. Or so it seemed until the splintering of time warped realities, visions of the past and future all around, finally crashing back down to the present. Hayes' head reeled with sudden headache as their toying with timelines caught up with her, and when they looked, Yin and Hakal were nowhere to be seen. The feeling in her gut this time wasn't that of delayering time or alternate possibilities, but a sinking feeling as their target had gone away. Or had they? There was no moment for deliberation. While the group looked over the papers and writings on the table that had formerly held Yin's interest, documents that mentioned Fate's Eye and Fall of Aeneas and Final 72 Hours. A deluge of water and time broke through, urging the group to gather what documents they could and flee. Teddy and Marigold were sent ahead to get a head start as they'd been left exhausted by their own choices within the estate, whilst Hayes and Xanthi grabbed Agnes from the basement, all five fleeing just in time to see the former Jhalavar homes past, present, and future all in one, timelines folding in on themselves. Had there been a timeline in which Yin didn't escape? That was the timeline Hayes should have pulled from. They had been so close. What would it take now? No matter where or how or when, there was an end, and Hayes would find it. First, the schoolhouse to make sure everyone involved was okay. Then, there were meetings to be arranged. And then other things, Marigold heard Ida's voice from both Yen and in her own head. Um, while the estate, while in the estate, maybe a minute had passed. IRL. And Teddy and Marigold are out at 3 levels of exhaustion, which would take 9 days of rest to clear. Yikes. Is there anything else?
think so.
Okay. Everyone was silent, and I was like, oh no. Was I muted the whole time?
No,
Crushed
you're
it.
good. Nice. Take your savvy point, Hayes.
I will so much, thank you.
Yeah, and with that, as you all are kind of slowly, or were slowly making your way through Center Market and back towards the schoolhouse, with Agnes, who also suffered quite a few levels of exhaustion, having been there for a while. You all end up at the infirmary at the schoolhouse. As you enter, you see that, lo and behold, Shinzo is on call again, so to speak, and yeah.
The worst times.
Shinzo's really getting whatever shift, that's like, oh, they're gonna be causing a ruckus.
You again.
Yeah. As you all enter, you see again, human, kind of long blonde hair and a messy ponytail. You see the light green blankets arranged in this spacious room on the first floor of the main schoolhouse building. There seems to be maybe one or two other individuals in here. Shinzo's kind of going between the two of them and checking. Nothing crazy life-threatening. No one's bleeding out. There's no Grey's Anatomy scene happening here right now. It looks like someone may have kind of injured their shoulder on a volunteer on duty. And then it seems like the other person is there for moral support. But as you as Shinzo turns and sees you all with Agnes in tow, he kind of puts down some of the items and goes, "Oh, welcome back. I really don't know if you should make this a habit. Is everything all right? You all look, frankly, better than last time, I think."
Feels marginally so.
Oh, Teddy, right? How is your hearing? Has it recovered?
Much better, yes. Thank you for all your help with that.
Great. Well then, what can I do for you all tonight?
Well, Agnes here needs a bit of medical attention, I think. And a few of us are, it wouldn't hurt to, if you have room and time for just some checkups,
Sure. Yeah. Let me get right to that. Sir, if you will, and you see kind of he turns and leads Agnes over, who is protesting slightly, and the grumbly old man, he's like, "Oh no, I'm fine, son, it's okay," but is still complying and going and laying down on one of the cots, and as Agnes is starting to kind of check, as Shinzo is starting to check on Agnes, he's like, well, if you all just want to take a seat on one of the benches or cots, I'll be right over. It is really multiplied in here tonight, as now there are 5 more people that were in here a minute ago. And and you see, he starts, providing some first aid to Agnes, and after seeing that he seems stable and similarly just exhausted, letting him rest, kind of comes over to you all, and is like, well, I don't see any glaring injuries. As some of you said you were feeling some exhaustion, a bit more so than probably healthy.
Is that something that you were able to help with at all, or is it just a matter of sleeping it off?
I wish I could write a prescription for bed rest, but unfortunately, it's a little beyond my capabilities to take care of exhaustion of this degree. And you see, as he's talking, he's got like the stethoscope. It's like checking on, a little reflex test, which everyone's reflexes are shit. The two of you that are exhausted your reflexes so bad. He's like, yes, I think might be best to refrain from any patrols or jobs for the next several days until it's clear. But otherwise, as far as I can tell, doesn't seem to be any lingering injuries or curses. So really, I think best case scenario is just get some rest. Sleep cures all. I think some people say that. I like to believe it.
Thank you. If that's the case, we'll get out of your hair then.
And he looks over and sees that Agnes is sound asleep, and is like, I think I'll probably just let him. He's just a civilian, right? Got kind of wrapped up in some things.
Yeah.
Teddy will scratch out his address that we know.
Yeah.
On like a little notepad or whatever.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'll just let him rest as long as he needs. Hopefully, fingers crossed, this night stays relatively calm, and, none of these beds are needed for anyone else, and I'll just send him on his way whenever he wakes up, so.
Great. As we leave, Xanthi will pull out several suckers that she helped herself to while everyone was talking.
Great.
And hand them out.
Hand them to the group. There you go.
The group, yeah.
Yeah. So, leaving Agnes to slumber in the infirmary, you all got kind of the A-OK from Shinzo, who did let you know, as you were kind of heading out, that he would be writing a report to Lydia to make sure that those of you with the exhaustion would be excused from any strenuous activities in the next kind of week or so to facilitate your recovery. So whether you go see Lydia or not, she's going to find out about your exhaustion levels.
Us, right?
Yes, of course. Mm-hmm.
He was really mad last time, so...
Yeah.
Last time, like 2 days ago? Last time, or 3 days ago? Yeah.
We're just bringing this random man to school when there's literally a clinic we know of.
That's true.
The volunteer schoolhouse is okay. Yeah, like it's open. Yeah, it's open to the public as well. So they're not going to be like, sorry, we protect and serve the public, but you can't come into our very beautiful infirmary. No.
I was thinking more of it like a school nurse situation.
Kind of, if the school nurse also was in charge of public health and safety.
Cool.
But yeah, as Xanthi passes out suckers and you all kind of step out into the hallway, it's probably around midnight now. A strong start to month 6 so far. What's next steps, next plans?
I was gonna say we could save the report for another day and just text Lydia, but we can't because we don't have a tablet anymore.
Gotta get a tablet.
So maybe we should,
request.
I don't know, like, do we want to check in with Lydia now, or do we want to divide and conquer kind of thing? Like, I yeah, what would be best, do you think?
Well, I know you guys are exhausted, so I don't know how long it would take to like get it, but I mean, I'll volunteer to go get it, like get the tablet, and then head back. I don't know if like maybe she probably just wants a brief report, right? Like time business happened. Our tablet is destroyed. We need a tablet. No bodies this time, but there's probably a situation that's at the Jhalavar estate.
The Jhalavar estate's just folding in on itself
I
in
might be
time and
collapsing
space,
there
you
into
know.
a black hole. I don't know.
But no bodies, so a
No
win is a
bodies,
win.
On the bright side.
In the
Yeah.
future, however,
Right side?
Oh.
We are here. We could just make a quick report. Whatever you guys want to do.
I think Teddy's probably wanting to mosey on home. It'll take him twice as long to get there anyway, so maybe by the time you get the tablet, you can catch up to him and
Yeah,
all walk back together.
Yeah, just go sleep. It's fine.
Wait, are we at we're at the schoolhouse, right?
We're there right now, yeah.
Well, while we're here, Marigold wants to go talk to Crusher.
Okay, so Marigold's not tired. How's that exhaustion?
Marigold is tired, but like, think about it. I'm gonna be exhausted for a while, so like,
You're gonna
you
get
know, if
used
I
to
had
it.
to have to walk back home, what's a few more stairs? You know?
We could also crash here in that room that we had, the spare room.
Mm-hmm. Well, if we have to go to the spare room anyways, then we should go talk to Crusher now.
What were we talking to him about?
The extra star in the sky. He might know because he's a death cleric.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Sounds like a good idea.
Alright.
You guys can settle in, go talk to him, and I'll go talk to Lydia.
Alright. We could do a little divide and conquer.
Party if you're at school.
Yeah, right? Nothing could possibly go wrong.
around.
Nothing could go wrong. Alright, so yeah, we'll say Marigold and is anyone going with Marigold to talk to Crusher? Or is Marigold just going on her lonesome?
Well, hold on. Is Teddy going to bed? If so, then Xanthi will go along with Marigold because I feel like I don't know if either of you should be like left unattended in your vulnerable state.
Teddy's just gonna.
You can walk Teddy to bed and then go talk to Lydia.
Cool.
I need to set up a workout,
There you go.
a workout day with Crusher anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. All right. So it sounds like roomies unite. Hayes and Teddy are going to bed, aka Hayes is walking Teddy to the room to make sure he doesn't just face plant in the hallway. And Marigold and Xanthi are going to talk to Crusher. So we'll do that little split. Really, it's not too much of a split, as I believe the room that you all had was on the second floor anyway. So we're going to be just rotating around the second floor of the schoolhouse. As Teddy and Hayes head off, Marigold, you head towards the room that you know is Crusher's.
Okay, Marigold's gonna knock on the door.
Yeah, give me just a straight luck check.
He's dead asleep.
I got a 9.
A 9. You knock on the door. Don't hear anything.
Well, I guess we could check tomorrow, but I really want to go to bed.
Yeah, you don't look great. No offense. You just look really tired. So,
Yeah, I am really tired, so
okay. Well, let's go to the spare rooms.
All right. Yeah. As Teddy's getting ready for bed, leave the two that definitely want to be left alone together in the rooms or the room. Hayes and Xanthi then, as the two ones with exhaustion kind of get ready to conk out, headed to Lialia.
Yeah.
Yeah, you only a few more doors down, like maybe 15 more doors down. You had to walk past her room, honestly, to get to y'all's room, your spare room, as hers is on like the very corner of the schoolhouse. And as you approach the door, you see that it is slightly cracked, and there does look to be some light on. So Lialia is most likely, shockingly, awake.
Oh my god.
Who could guess?
Hey, girl. Hey.
Fine. She's an elf. They don't really sleep anyway.
She really takes that to a new extreme.
Mm-hmm. Okay, just knock knock. She says as she knocks.
Yeah. As you knock, you hear Lialia just one moment, and kind of gets up, opens the door. You see she's still wearing, honestly, the kind of like uniform she has set for herself that she wears during the day. It's too early for pajamas. It's only just barely midnight. And she kind of opens the door and sees just the two of you. And you see her have like a quick moment of concern again, because this happened last time the two of them disappeared.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And she's like, yes, Xanthi, Hayes, is everything all right?
Mostly yes.
Where are Teddy and
Oh,
Marigold?
we're alive.
That is a strong start.
They're,
Wonderful. I'm glad that's where we are at with your squad. Yes.
they're down the hall sleeping.
They're sleeping.
Okay. Well, please come in. You see, she kind of steps back into her room. Is like, well, this does not really instill me with a great deal of confidence that everything is a-okay, but
Fair. Honestly, I can't fault you. Sheepishly, she's just gonna kind of, so, one thing, we need a new tablet. Is that something that you could?
yes, that, what happened?
Well, it's a long story, but the tablet is gone. It's
Like completely gone, or do you have any of the
no,
pieces?
it was crushed, and then I can only assume it was swept up in some sort of time vortex. So
Happens to the best of them.
it's gone. It's gone.
Okay.
We
Yes.
may have been involved in a situation at the Jhalavar estate, which I don't know if it's standing right now or in what state it's standing.
It's kind of in all states last time we
It was
saw
in
it.
all states kind of simultaneously, kind of an everything all at once situation.
Yes, you see that she slowly goes and pulls her tablet in front of her and starts like messaging as she's hearing this to whoever she needs to. Is like,
I think it's probably a hazard zone, to be honest.
so the lady of the estate, is she alive?
You know what? can really say.
I was
She
hoping.
looks
I was
over at
hoping
me.
you two could actually. Yes, I was hoping it would be your group.
Hayes, what's the most succinct way to explain? Because it feels like there's a lot to say here.
Probably because there is.
Great.
There was a fight, and then they attacked us, and then
When she says they she means Lady Nendra, who may not
Why are you doing this? Why is
because
that?
she's also a changeling, or not a changeling, a doppelganger. Sorry, I should use the correct terminology
Sorry.
when talking about other beings. Right, accuracy is important to Hayes.
Okay.
In all things, not
So-
like
be accurate.
in
So,
all things.
Right. Okay. So you're telling me that Lady Nendra Halabar is a doppelganger, and
Yes.
her
Named Yin.
villa, named
Yeah.
Yin, and her villa is now folding in on itself in time.
Yes.
And
Yes, exactly.
I
Nailed it.
I would actually love if there was just bodies. Actually, that would have been a way easier Monday night if there was even 5 bodies. Well, if that is the case, I will make arrangements for the Marat Society to section it off, make sure that no one gets swept into anything unpleasant. Anything else care to share that happened?
That is I don't know. That was Time Vortex.
Yes.
Lady
Yeah,
Nendra doppelganger maybe has been the whole time, maybe not.
A lot of things are very unclear.
There was an old man in her basement. Agnes, the researcher. And we rescued him, and he's in the infirmary right now, sleeping it off.
But that is actually very good news. That
Kind of
would
the
be
opposite of a body.
Yeah, kind
Yes.
of makes
Since that, like,
a
I guess it is a body, but not like
Yeah.
a living body.
good one.
yes.
It almost makes up for the Time Vortex.
I guess there was that body like on the lawn when we got out.
Oh. Guard? Not us. Not us.
No, time thing.
Right, and I am assuming that it's not because of you that the time is.
No. Not really. I mean, that was most likely Yin / Lady Nindra. I mean, in response to us, visiting unexpectedly.
Right.
But
Okay. Well, I will get you a loaner tablet. It will take a little while to get one that you could have. It may be possible to retrieve all of the context that you had, but that is up to Lieutenant Farhan. It is far beyond me, and unsure exactly what he does, to be honest. So I will work on that. I will expect a written report with this as succinct and not crazy sounding as possible would be helpful.
he looks to Hayes and kind of just a very subtle, shrug, what does she want from me?
The We'll try, but that was pretty accurate.
It was crazy stuff, to be fair.
Well, sometimes that is what happens when you are a volunteer. But yes, get me the report by Thursday. Should be enough time to rest and get everything accurate, and I will begin making messages to individuals I must reach out to. You said, though, that you are all okay? No injuries? Everyone has their hearing, their eyesight, limbs attached?
Yes. Definitively yes to that.
Alright, well,
The others are just a bit exhausted. You did.
Mm-hmm.
understandable.
Yeah, you'll be getting a doctor's note for them pretty soon.
Shinzo really loves to write doctor's notes. He is not a doctor, but he really loves to write them and pretend that he is when he is on duty, so I look forward to what that man has written. But is there anything else that you would like to inform me of? Anything that I can do? You all are set?
I guess maybe just be aware that because we didn't, we thought Lady Nundra was dead, but then the body disappeared and time collapsing in on itself. So there were some like alarming things that she mentioned that, you know, may want to be aware, like something about like, you know, time bends to her will and blah 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 forsaken, you know, just some really creepy business, like she's gonna pop back out like in time whenever she wants. So I mean, maybe just keep an eye out for Nendra.
Wonderful. Yes.
Yeah.
Will do. Okay. Then I will say that you all go get some rest, and I will await your official report by Thursday. Whatever it is that your group will want to put in there. Be aware it will most likely see eyes outside of the volunteers. So, take that how you will.
I mean, but who?
Well, I would imagine that, considering they are going to have to go deal and contain whatever is going on at the Jhalavar State, the Marat Society will want to take note, as well as leadership within Old Haven themselves, as this is their city, so...
Yeah, do they redact reports from the volunteers, or like who is in charge of, you know, that business?
You see that she squints her eyes at you as she knows you all have been meddling within the...
Let us meddle.
She did let you meddle.
This is a meddle, okay?
Permissed.
Uh-huh. And she goes, no, they will get, depending on their level of access, either the redacted report or the full report. So it is leadership within the volunteers that determines what should and should not be available to those outside of our organization.
Cool. Also, just real quick and totally unrelated to the
I'm so
thing I
sure
just
that it
asked.
is, yes.
Do you happen to know, Rakesh?
Do you have a last name? This is going to be the running joke in the whole campaign.
It's a really common name.
Yeah,
It was
Rakesh.
on the report,
It
right?
was on the. Would Rakesh sign his full name on a report?
Absolutely.
Then yeah, it was
When
on.
he's
It's
never
official.
signed his first name in his life. Yeah, Artina, just unrelated, like I said, to the prior question.
And yes, unrelated to the prior question, I am knowledgeable of a Rakesh Artina who has submitted a report recently that was deemed necessary for redaction. He is a third year, so to be completely honest, I have only met him in passing. A sorcerer, I believe, if memory serves. So, Lieutenant Arlen might be a better individual to speak to, as he trains and mentors sorcerers.
Got it. So, like, where we would, if we wanted to run into this person, where you do know where we might, or no, not so much. They don't live here, do they?
No, very few third years live at the schoolhouse. By that time, they have usually been quite settled and used to living outside the confines of the wall. It's not as needed when you don't have class so often. But again, I think Lieutenant Arlen would probably know more. Or if you are looking to speak to any third years, they will all be at commitment night on the 12th of this month. It is a party atmosphere, but could be good for mingling.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that. Yep. So, yeah, we'll just wait on to hear back about the tablet, then, huh?
I will have one ready by class, not tomorrow, but the next day. So you might just have to go without for a day or so.
Okay. Yeah. I guess. Is that it? Did I forget anything? Or no? We're good?
I don't know if you forgot anything. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah, we'll let you do your stuff. She looks around the room a little for, like, whatever she might have been doing. Reading or drinking tea, crochet, I don't know. Peek behind the curtain.
Yeah, just there looks to be a notebook open and writing in it. It's probably work related. All right.
Yeah. And if Sandy walks out, he's just gonna like kind of follow, and then be like, "I'll meet you at the room," and then shut the door between, like, shut Sandy out.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Like, turn around, a big breath, look at Lydia and say, "Can I use your punching bag? I'm not going home tonight."
Sure. You see, she kind of gestures to the side as like, what is on your mind? She kind of sits back, and you see she's starting to maybe write something out. still paying attention, but also giving you the space to punch a punching bag, and do whatever it is that you need to do. Obviously, as you're getting your feelings out.
I wish I could tell you, but I can't.
The music change. Help.
You're gonna be asked to go easier on Marigold and Teddy, but could you go a little harder on me?
And what do you think that will
Going
accomplish?
down in combats, and it's compromising, and I can't afford that much longer.
And you think that being tougher is just punching your way through things that stand between what you want?
I don't know how else to start.
You could run headfirst into a brick wall every day for a year, and it would still hurt by the end of the year. Getting tougher is not just about physically getting stronger. There's a reason that as volunteers we work within a group. You're part of a team, and you must fight as part of a team. If you're worried about letting down your team members, perhaps it is time to really sit and talk. You all get in, honestly, a lot more compromising situations than most first years. And yes, it will end up deadly if you are not aware of each other's strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah. It's not quite a matter of trust. I do trust my squad mates.
Do they all trust each other? Again, you are part of a team, and if the whole team is not united, then it does not matter if one of you trusts everyone. You all must trust everyone.
My page is deliberating right now about how much to say.
Mm-hmm.
Then what do you suggest? How to keep me from going down?
I will not lie and say that I don't think training your body is important. I am a monk. My body is my weapon. But if you truly want to protect your companions, then I think looking at how you approach battles would be important. How fights, are you just the enemy's punching bag because you're supposed to be? Xanthi wears a lot of armor as well. Does she go down in fights as often?
I guess not. There's a lot that I can't quite say. Every time it just gets closer and closer to it being said for me. I wish I could tell you.
I am no stranger to secrets, so keep yours. But I will be here if you need. It can be hard when you are supposed to be the strong one, and you can't be that for your squad. But it does not make you less.
Yeah. I guess you're right.
Of course I am right. I have spent several years ensuring that I will always be right.
Maybe you can teach me that next.
That one is harder to learn. Takes a great deal more pain, so. But if you
Stranger to that either.
if you are looking for a way forward, I think it could be good to go back to the basics. Toughen your body and hone your mind.
Okay. Thank you.
Of course.
Yeah, the case is gonna leave.
Yeah. As you leave, you just hear Lialia say, "Have a good night, Hayes Osmond."
Good night.
All right. So, as you all reconvene back in your bunk bed, little schoolhouse, home away from home, is anyone doing anything before we kind of will jump into basically a few groupings of long rests? We'll take them a chunk at a time in case anyone has anything they want to do. Teddy and Marigold, that would require them to have less exhaustions. We will chunk it up so that way you might have the opportunity to do such.
Sweet.
I think like in the dorm, the only thing Hayes is gonna get up to besides like sleeping is probably writing that letter that I sent you. Mostly because it's dated 6/1, so
Like I scratch it out, actually 6/2 because it's like
whatever. It's whatever.
yeah.
It's been a long day. And then go to sleep.
Cool. Anyone else? All right.
Teddy's conked.
The rest of them snoozing hard. Marigold and Teddy will find out the news about the tablet and whatnot tomorrow. So with that, we'll kind of jump into those first couple days. It'll run from now until Day. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Day. That'll be your first chunk of a long rest. Is there anything anyone wants to do? We're kind of just going to go around. I know last time we did it by person, but I think we're going to do it by time this way. So let me know.
I see on this day's day that Cleric Song is doing the little workshop that Xanthi was interested in going to.
Oh, perfect. So absolutely, she has been waiting to go to that, so she will.
All right. That is definitely an option. Anyone doing anything the days before? Xanthi, are you taking charge of writing the report? I think Teddy wrote the last one. This is not an out-of-character thing, so you don't have to worry about writing me up a report. I'll expect 2 pages.
Yeah, she'll write it, and she will, taking Lialia's notes, she will try to, she probably does more than one draft to try to get it to be a little bit more clear in like timeline.
Yeah, good
what
luck.
happened.
Let me know how that. Let me know if you get clarity in that timeline. Let me know. Send it my way.
It's probably like parentheses, like this. If this
Drawing.
seems strange, it's because time weirdness.
It's
You
because
know?
it was strange.
It was strange. Yeah.
All right. Anyone doing anything before that Thursday day of stay in the park meeting with Song?
Yeah, Marigold is, since we wake up and we're still at the schoolhouse, she's gonna try to talk to Crusher again.
Let's go.
Crusher has Tuesday, day of stay, Sunday classes.
Yeah.
So
Oh, then
Kesha
shoot.
wants to leave.
I just took the calendar away.
it's currently Tuesday when you all wake.
Oh shoot, yeah, Marigold's not gonna wake up early enough to catch him before class.
No.
So I don't know. She'll probably talk to him
Wanna?
the next time she has to be at the schoolhouse. So maybe after class on Wednesday.
Okay. Cool. All right, then if nothing else, we will jump ahead to the Wednesday evening after class, where Marigold wants to talk to Crusher.
Mhm.
Anyone coming with? If Marigold invited the group, or is Marigold gonna go?
Everyone would know, so anyone can come.
Yeah, I think. Why not?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Cool.
Friend time.
Group group bonding to Crusher's room.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Probably around 8 or so, 7:38. Finished up with class, and you can head over to Crusher, the ginormous human death cleric that you all know, and see if he has any knowledge for you.
Marigold will knock on the door.
Yeah. After you hear a bunch of like clattering of things, like oh shit, as something falls, and then you see the door opens, and it is Crusher. All his tattoos, eyeliner, all black, big, beefy, 7-foot tall man. Opens the door and sees you all as like, oh, hey, what's going on, everyone? Happy Wednesday. Did I miss a meeting? Am I supposed to be somewhere right now?
I don't think so, but we actually are here for your expertise as a death cleric.
Oh, sick. Yeah, no, come on in.
Marigold, even though we have very important things to discuss, is gonna immediately go for the war bunny.
Yeah, obviously, yeah. Reaper's there, looking so ferocious and cuddly. You all like kind of find space in this room to stand, which there really isn't much room, especially with a 7-foot tall man as well. He's like, yeah, no, all right, I'm all ears. What do you got?
So, there's an extra star in the sky, and we know that the stars are death domain, so, have you heard anything about this from Death, or could you ask him about it?
I totally didn't know about that. But I can ask. I'll like think about it real hard when I go to sleep tonight. See if Death sends me any kind of prophetic dreams. That's a new word that Verity taught me.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, prophetic, not dreams. I know dreams. Yeah.
That's good.
But no, sorry, I don't know anything about How did you count all of them? How do you know there's one more? There's a lot of stars in the sky.
Well, our sponsor is also a follower of death, not a cleric or anything, but he noticed that there was an extra star, and it wouldn't surprise me if he did count all the stars in the sky. But I'll have to ask.
Yeah, no, right on. That's commitment. That's followers of death for you, so.
After I have exciting news. I've been dying to tell you.
Right here.
Ever since you told me about how your god talks to you in your dreams.
Yeah.
You'll never believe what happened.
My god talked to you in your dreams.
No, close though. My god talked to me in my dreams.
Hell yeah. No, that's sick. Hell yeah. Was it great?
Yeah.
Was it scary? Was there a skeleton lady?
There was not a skeleton lady.
Damn.
Oddly specific, but no. But she's a goddess. I didn't know before, but now I do. And
Sweet.
She talked to me with like an actual voice.
Gender reveal? Hell yeah. Metal as
It was
fuck.
so cool. I knew you'd get it.
Yeah, no, that's exciting.
So, anyway, I don't know if our talk kind of like, I don't know, got anything going, but I just wanted to let you know that it's pretty cool.
Right,
So.
no, it's awesome. Well, just wait till you get your first skeleton lady. That's pretty sick. So.
Okay. She tries to like put that in context, but just okay. We're going with it. All right.
Like a cleric rite of passage or something?
Dreams or skeleton ladies?
The skeleton
The third cleric I know.
Do any of the other clerics have skeleton lady dreams?
Not that I know of.
That might just be a death thing. It seems right.
It feels
Fitting.
thematic.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah.
Death's all about a theme. I mean, gestures to himself.
I appreciate a good theme. I color coded myself for, theme.
Same.
So I get it. Yeah. Awesome. Well, I guess if you hear anything from Death about, the star, you'll let us know.
I will let you know. I have your contact info, right? So I can just send you a message.
Well, we never connected with Verity.
Oh, that's right. We were going to.
Yeah.
I actually
we
think
also-
Verity's here right now. So if you wanted to get exchange contact info, just a.
Well, we are waiting on a replacement tablet because our other one. Well, we don't have our other one anymore, so we don't have a tablet right now.
Are we supposed to get one?
But we should meet Verity.
Actually,
anyway,
yeah,
so
you were supposed to
we
get one
know
this
who-
morning. So actually, you would have a tablet.
Sweet. Then,
Is this a
yeah.
temporary or a real one? Like
This is the loaner, though. So you'd have to do it again another time to get.
Well, this way we should. Marigold's suggesting that we should at least meet Verity so we know who to connect with next time.
Right.
Maybe we know what room she's in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Your siblings, right?
Yeah.
With your teammates.
Right.
That's
No,
pretty
my
cool.
my sisters. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I can. Come on, and then he just tries to squeeze his way out of all of you, back out into the hallway. Goes down one door, because I think that's the the layout that you all chose.
Pressure door of Verity.
Yeah, so I guess two
Go in the
doors.
middle of them.
Oh, that's a. She's just in there they're in there hammering, keeping both of them awake all night. You see that Crusher just smacks on the door, is like, Verity, 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 Verity. And the door swings open, and you all see a tiefling Sarah, what does what does Verity look like again?
She is a purple tiefling.
Purple. I would have said red, so that's why.
She's purple and she's got black hair with little white dyed pieces. And she wears really red lipstick, heavy dark eye makeup.
Yeah.
And she just always looks borderline pissed off.
Yeah. You see, she opens the door and she's like, Crusher, what? Oh. Hi. Can I help you all, Crusher? What's this?
Oh, I'm Marigold. It's really nice to meet you. I definitely see the resemblance.
You see that she's like, nice to meet you as well,
I'm Marigold,
Marigold.
and
She pauses. I think she'll let everyone else introduce themselves.
Teddy.
Nice to meet you, fancy boy, Hayes.
I'm Xanthi.
Xanthi, and then she looks at Crusher and Xanthi and is like connecting the cleric dots. It's like, yes, sorry, can I
We were
help
just
you?
wondering if we could exchange contact information on our tablet. Crusher is maybe going to help us out with a personal project of sorts.
Sure. She kind of holds out the tablet and is like, what's Crusher helping me out with? Gym stuff, or?
oh no, actually we need his expertise as a cleric of death.
Oh, no, that tracks. Well, this has been nice.
You seem busy. I don't want to keep you.
Right, yes. Have a good evening, Crusher. Don't bang on my door so loud. You know I'm in there. And she just shuts the door on you all.
I'm telling Mom.
She doesn't have a mom.
Yes, she does. It's
Crusher's mom adopted
mom.
all of them.
Oh,
I
right.
remember.
Meg's like, I'm a fan, I know.
I watched the one shot 4 times because I fell asleep 3.
Oh no.
Because I was in a different time zone. I'm jet lagged.
But yeah, you all have gotten now on the loner, so someone start a new list on the loner. You have the squad's contact, aka Crusher and Squad. Crusher and crew. Crush crew. And you do hear a lot of cursing and tinkering noises coming from the room in between the two of their rooms as you continue to wherever you all are headed next, whether that's home. I don't know if you all are staying at the schoolhouse, if you decide to actually head fully home after your rest or whatnot. Let me know.
I think after that first night, probably back at the villa.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Anything else on that Wednesday before we move into Deus Day, the final day of the first section of a long rest?
Wait, was Wednesday the
It's on the
Deus Day.
Thursday.
thing?
Yeah,
Oh, Thursday.
Deus Day. As you all kind of head home after meeting Crusher and asking your questions about this one too many stars in the sky, you get number 4. I guess we could have happier music, maybe, possibly. I don't know. You get number 4, or the little tablet connection with their group, and head back to the villa as you all kind of start to just about cross into the main yard of the villa. It starts kind of sprinkling rain a little bit, a little misting of rain. And the next day, it is a damp and uncomfortable late spring, almost summer rain. Should be out of, almost out of range of a plane of water merge, but that does not stop it from raining. And as we move into Deus Day, that song, the tiefling cleric of Tamag, supposedly at noon on Deus Day, first Deus Day of every month, kind of has a open clinic, so to speak, in Woe Park, I believe. That is probably where I put it, because it is the park that has been named in this town. So therefore, that is where it is. Who's going? Anyone going? Anyone doing anything else? What's the plans for Des Day?
I think Teddy would like to tag along if it's an open invitation from Xanthi.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyone is welcome.
What exactly is this event?
It's like a community, the wellness, like, hey, you need something, you need healing, there's going to be a cleric here for free kind of vibes.
Oh, Marigold's not going to go.
Marigold's, that's not Marigold's vibe.
She's too tired.
Yeah. It's cozy raining. She's snuggled up at home.
That's so valid.
Just got some tea.
Mm-hmm.
So we've had one long rest.
Tonight will be the final, because it was going into Tuesday, into Wednesday, into Thursday. It'll finalize tonight. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. So yeah. Xanthi, you head out with Teddy, and is Hayes coming, or is Hayes staying?
I feel like after the whole, go back to the basics, hone your body and your mind thing,
Hayes is doing sprints in the rain.
I gotta outrun the rain.
You gotta outrun the rain. In full armor, outrun the rain. Yeah.
To not get hit by any raindrops.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's my anime training montage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cue training montage.
Yeah. No, I think that Hayes is taking that to be like, I gotta meditate or something.
Sure.
So we're gonna go meditate or something out in the same area where the punching bag is.
Mm-hmm.
But Xanthi's got a little yoga mat out there.
Yeah, Xanthi would not mind you camping out on her mat.
A nice rainy day is probably perfect for some meditation.
Yeah. Perfect. Well then, with that, Xanthi and Teddy kind of get your warmest, but also not really, because it's also 60-ish degrees and raining, so it's one of those where you're like, I'm sweaty and also damp, and it's really humid out. But you get some rain gear, and you head out to Woe Park. As you approach, you can pretty quickly see the area. There's a little tent set up. It's just kind of green and yellow stripes, the colors of Tamag, and you can see that there looks to be a really pale white tiefling, long flowing black hair, and they're kind of standing there in pretty casual clothes. It looks like they're tending to someone with a toothache or something right now. They have their hand on their cheek, and just performing some basic healing for the community. And as you two approach, you see they look up and they're like, welcome. How can I help you today?
Are you Song?
Yes, I am.
Oh, it's nice to meet you. Claudia at the clinic.
Oh, yes.
She told us about this. So wanted to come check it out and meet you.
Oh, well, here I am. Happy to meet you both as well. Sorry, your names are?
I'm Xanthi.
Xanthi and...
I'm Teddy. It's nice to meet you.
Xanthi, Teddy, wonderful to meet you as well. This is quite a gorgeous day we have out here in Willow Park. So, is there something specific that's been ailing you that I can help with, or?
Well, he
looked at Teddy.
Looked at Teddy like, was there nothing?
I think he'll just kind of shrug
Okay.
and shake his head. Like, he is assuming that if it's something that could be dealt with, then Shinzo would have clued him in on that, so it's like, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, actually, I just, I am also a cleric, but, sort of a new cleric, and I just wondered, I know you're, doing things, but, if I could ask maybe some, questions, general cleric stuff.
Sure. You know what? I just opened for the day, and it's bound to get a bit busier. So, as a cleric, would you mind staying and helping and seeing what aid you could provide? And I'd be happy to talk with you during downtime. I don't know.
Sure. Teddy's an accomplished healer too.
Oh, well, fantastic! That's
Not in a clerical sense, but if there is a need for it, then I'm happy to assist in any way that I can.
wonderful. I mean, there are many things that go beyond the kind of clerical healing and magical healing. So that's wonderful. Well, please. And yeah, the two of you settle in for a unknowing shift as as some helping out. You see that there's a lot of the community members that come by with like broken toes, random cuts that they're like, I don't know if that's getting infected. You see really kind of general well-being things that people might not want to travel all the way to a clinic, even if it's one that is pretty affordable, like the Copper Coin Clinic. Free is better. And yeah, as you two are helping out kind of under this tent, you can hear the drumming of rain. Xanthi, do you have any specific questions, or are you just gonna kind of ask, some generic, like, so when did you become a cleric? As you two just kind of chat it up. Basically, is there anything you want to, like, RP a specific interaction with? Any questions?
I think she feels like she's got some background research knowledge, but she's like, okay, so I feel like she also probably is mistakenly assuming everyone who's an existing cleric has the same knowledge that she spent time and money researching.
Yeah, for sure.
But so I don't
spent
know.
a ton of money researching.
Yeah, a fortune.
Quite literally.
Yeah. So I know that Tamag, being the more recently reclaimed, I know how she was kind of reclaimed, and the the kind of cleric who discovered her name and all of that. But do you know? Kind of, I guess, do you have any advice for raising kind of awareness? Because, getting people to not necessarily worship, but believe in a a goddess that maybe they haven't. Oh, I worship the goddess of magic.
Oh,
So
it's wonderful.
yeah. So trying to kind of help her gain a stronger foothold in the world. You know, people believing that she exists because she does. Do you have any kind of cleric advice?
Well, I guess, and you see she's like bandaging someone's arm as she's talking to you. She's like, well, I think the most important thing is to be true to your goddess in this case, and figure out what it is that she would want you to be perhaps spreading knowledge to people. For example, Tamag is all about luck and, of course, life. And so for me, being able to do this kind of free clinic, it can turn someone's, luck around if they're having a tough time. And I think that being able to do that is more important than just going out and giving flyers and telling people. You need to really show people more than just tell them. So perhaps whatever it is that your goddess of magic has shared with you so far, ways you can bring that to people. And I'm sure helping out here is also not a bad thing. I'd like to think that there's some magic to making people feel better, so.
Yeah, I like that. Makes a mental note to cross flyers off her actual list that she has in her journal for things that she was planning to do.
Don't take out ad in Godcast.
Yes. Okay. No, that's helpful. Thanks.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I don't think she had like really more specific questions.
The kind of event, so to speak, goes on till like around 4. I'd say between the song, doing some healing, Teddy, they also show you some kind of really quick and like speedy ways to wrap different wounds, learn a little bit more of kind of almost emergency first aid, where it's like, you're not gonna die, this can hold you over, you don't need to go anywhere like bigger to get this taken care of. A little bit more about sewing kind of wounds shut. And yeah, song kind of is very pleasant to talk to, very positive, and very appreciative that both of you gave your time that afternoon, as they were able to kind of easily take care of the people that came to them for aid. And you imagine that were it not raining, it probably would be way busier, because there was still a pretty steady stream of people even in the lousy weather. So
Cool. While people are coming in and out, does Teddy see any people that have tattoos? Like, I never remember her name. The woman we met at the Dusk Market.
Koryn?
Yes, Koryn.
Looking around, you're keeping a close eye for tattoos. And you see the occasional, more sailor tattoos, some people with different kind of city heraldry, but nothing quite like Koryn or your dream tattoo.
My dream man.
Your dream man.
Just kidding. Cool. Thanks.
Yeah. But as this rainy day starts to turn to night, Marigold and Hayes getting up to anything crazy before we end our first chunk of a long rest?
No, probably just chilling at home, being tired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. So yeah.
It's like,
So
Got
then, as we kind of go into the next day or start to move into that, we'll just go around and have it on record what everyone officially chose for their level up to level 4. As a few items that people chose might correspond to some conversations they had, or things they will do. So we'll just start with Xanthi in the top corner here.
So I chose the Prodigy feat. Irked that she could not read Dwarvish. She's probably teaching herself how to read that book currently. So Dwarven for language. Then you also get to choose a tool proficiency, which I chose Thieves' Tools. So I will have to go find Yanros and ask him to teach me how to use Thieves' Tools. And then I did investigation as new skill proficiency and expertise in Arcana.
Very cool. You've officially decided Arcana it is.
Yeah, I did. I know. Domain. I was like, just do it.
Yeah. There you
it's
go.
the theme.
It's the theme. All right.
Yeah. Crusher had it right.
All right. Teddy.
Teddy also took a new feat called the Medic feat. It's Unearthed Arcana. That means he gets to increase his wisdom by 1, and he gets proficiency in medicine now, which is awesome. He also, let me read it out loud real fast if I can find it. Okay. During a short rest, I can clean and bind the wounds of up to 6 willing beasts and humanoids. I make a medicine check on each creature, and if it's a success, if the creature spends a hit die, they don't have to actually roll. They just take the max number of HP that they can get.
Nice.
So that's pretty awesome, especially with our, I think, longer haul timeline that we're operating with the short and long rest. I'm hoping that will come in clutch. Yeah. He also gets 6 more hit points. He gets the poison spray cantrip, and he can prepare an additional spell every day.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's juicy.
And we'll say Teddy probably got to use some of his new medic feat, or did he learn his new medic feat today?
I think he learned some of the tricks of the trade of like, it doesn't just have to be healing it can be medicine.
Yeah, it can be just making sure they can keep going another day.
Don't rub dirt in a wound with antiseptic.
There you go. All right, Marigold, what did you do with your level up?
I just increased my dexterity and constitution by 1 each.
Sweet. Got a little bit tougher and a little bit dexier.
Yep, that's it.
All right, and then Hayes, what did you choose to do with this level up?
I chose the tough feat. So your hit point maximum increases by an amount equal to twice your level when you gain the feat. So my HP right now is 40. Yeah. When you gain a level thereafter, your hit point maximum increases by an additional 2 hit points.
Nice.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Lialia talked some toughness into you.
Yeah, I got talked out of the Sentinel.
Yes.
Yeah. Good fun.
Next, next time. Level 8.
Level
8. Yeah, level 8. There you go. Cool.
Survive.
All right. Well, as this rainy evening comes to a close. You all have class tomorrow. And hey there, Teddy. Join me. Come on over to
Okay, bye.
to the other chat.
Oh my god.
Expected.
All
What's
right.
up, buddy?
Hey. Oh, not much. All right. So.
Oh boy.
Teddy. Still exhausted days after the fight against Yin, your dreams have been chaotic and stressful lately, and largely incoherent by the time you wake. But as you fall asleep tonight, it's different. Your eyes open to the sting of cold rain against your skin and the whipping of wind through your shoulder-length hair. Not yours, but the body you're co-inhabiting again. Looking around, you realize you're on the deck of a metal ship. Dark storm clouds churn in the sky as huge arcs of lightning illuminate them with a loud explosion of thunder. It's an ominous sight in the gray of an early morning. You feel the chill in your bones as your icy hands grip the railing, the green lines of the tattoo visible. Peering over the side, you see that the ship is not in water. Instead, the same dark clouds are moving swiftly under the ship as it flies through this storm. Hearing the clink of boots on metal, you turn to see a young human woman in a heavy, worn cloak approach. We will be docking soon. You feel her pause before stepping closer. Is it really true you were sent for by the Council of Nine? A response follows. Yes, and when the Archmages single you out by name, you board the first ship to Ioneus. Please, give my thanks again to your captain for safe passage. She bows her head slightly before heading back inside the ship. You feel your body let out a heavy, shaky breath and squeeze the railing tighter. Moments pass, and you're unsure how long as the rain soaks into your bones. Through the storm clouds, you begin to see massive sigils glowing in the sky, and huge structures, buildings, cut through the cloud cover as the skyship begins to descend. All around you is metal and glass, as impossibly tall buildings make even the sky feel claustrophobic. Slowly, the ship navigates to a single pier that juts out above the city. Lights and sigils of all shapes create a dazzling sight that hurts the eyes as the rain amplifies the reflection. As the ship docks, you turn and head below, winding through the narrow metal corridors until you see the open hatch and gangplank. Stepping off the skyship, an artificial silence hangs in the air. Rain barely makes a sound against the glass canopy that extends over the large pier, and the wind, strong at this altitude, is still. The eeriness is heightened by the emptiness of what should be a bustling location, yet the pier is completely deserted, with no ships or people in sight, except for the entourage waiting at the far end near the building. Your footsteps echo on the metal, and you swear you can feel the anxiety in this body build as they walk towards the group. From this distance, you can see two individuals within the perimeter of 9 soldiers in sleek golden armor, carrying Magitech equipment you don't recognize, but assume are weapons. The smaller of the two is frail, wearing a deep green shroud that drapes across the floor. Beside them, an unnaturally tall individual stands, unmoving, in ornate white and gold robes. As you approach, a soldier steps forward and motions to the two. Give praise and glory to their eminences, Rohe Kadu, Archmage of the Grave, and Veasna the Ascended, Archmage of Omens. Peerless are they among the Council of Nine, who guide this magocracy of Ioneus. The body you're in bows low, holding it for a moment, before straightening to see the figures have moved closer, bringing with them a deep sense of the uncanny. Now you see the smaller of the two looks to be a human woman. Her face, pale white, the skin thinly stretched across her skull, showing the bones underneath. Her eye sockets, only empty skin, as a crown of melted candles fused with bone sit atop the shroud. All manner of gold jewelry is adhered to her body of bone and flesh. Beside her looms an earth genasi, over 8 feet tall, with charred, blackened skin, and a cracked bronze mask welded to his face. Except it's not welded, you realize. It's his own skin, having been superheated to a boiling point and then cooled. But more unsettlingly is the multiple other eyes within his face that are currently shut. As you go to speak, the Archmage of Omens raises his hand to stop you. Suddenly, every eye on his face snaps open, making direct eye contact with you. Not the body you're co-inhabiting, Teddy, but you. Transfixed by the plethora of eyes, you hear the words reverberate from him, even as his mouth stays closed. Your presence is unwanted. Be gone. An unforeseen force slams into your body, and the world goes black. And we will jump back in to the other
Real
chat.
fast. Can I get the names?
Yes, I will send you the names.
Perfect. Thank
Yes.
you. I was like trying to type as
That
fast
is
as I
fair.
could. I'm like, oh, they're fantasy names. I don't know how they're spelled. Okay, great. Perfect.
Yes, and we will jump back in.
Great. Thank you.
Mhm.
Hi. Hi.
Besties.
What's going on?
Oh my god.
So,
How's it going, Queens?
Hayes,
How are you doing?
Hayes, as you are sleeping through this rainy night, you are awoken to Teddy launching out of bed and kind of smashing into the ground, colliding hard with the floor and like chair, desk, table, whatever else. As this loud crash, you were immediately startled, thinking you're under attack again. But it is Teddy flying across the room.
Yeah, first instinct, absolutely, like, the shield is in hand before eyes are fully open. Because, you know, it's being slept with beside the bed now.
I think he's like rubbing his head where he slammed it on the desk.
Yeah. Realizing it's Teddy, like, drop the shield, go up to him.
Sorry. I had another dream. And I was seen. Like, not the body that I was in, but it saw me.
It saw you?
What, like, how late early is it? Is it worth, like, waking up the other people right now at this point in time to have a little group discuss?
Teddy,
That sounds worth it.
Teddy, you look out the window and see that the kind of rain has subsided and there is a kind of dull gray glow in the sky. So it's probably morning enough that it's not the middle of the night. And for a moment you're like, I hate that. And then, yeah, you could wake some people.
Maybe we should get the others.
Yeah, okay.
He's gonna kind of clamber up to his feet and just say, yes. Going.
Okay. We're... yeah, I'll help you to their room if you let's.
Sure. I mean, he's
Yeah.
he's unharmed. I think he's just like, ah.
He's still exhausted.
Yeah,
He's one less level exhausted now.
But
He's
he
only
has
2.
his regular movement speed.
Look at
oh,
him
no,
go.
wait.
Still
Oh,
have.
No, still
right.
have. You just don't have disadvantage
kidding.
on saving throws and attack
Okay,
rolls.
that's better, I guess.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, he's gonna, like, knock on the door to the other room.
Alright. Okay, I will. Xanthe answers, like, blearily, like. Yeah. Is it time for class? What?
No, I'm sorry to wake. I, had another dream? I'm beginning to think it's not really just dreaming that's happening. And I thought that maybe it would be best to share it with all of you, just so you all know also what is happening.
Okay. Okay.
We can chat downstairs if you'd like to get dressed first.
Yeah, she'll look over to Marigold's bed and try and, like,
Marigold's
switch
eyes are
look-
so open, straight
I
up.
just can't tell. She'll just, like, shuffle over and be like, Marigold, are you awake?
I am now.
Okay, Teddy had a weird dream and wants to talk to us about it.
Oh, okay.
So
Gonna-
we're gonna go downstairs.
Sounds good. Okay. He, like, gets up and follows Xanthe.
Yeah, Xanthe just grabs a blanket and, like, throws it around her shoulders like a cape and then shuffles.
Marigold will grab Crouton.
Yay!
Oh, living room slumber party. Talk about his bed.
I think downstairs Teddy's like put the kettle on the stove and is like just kind of like going over everything in his mind, like not wanting, you know, when you like wake up from a dream and you know that you just have a little bit of time before it kind of like fades out of your memory and stuff. He's worried about that happening, so just kind of like thinking on it over and over and over again. And once everybody comes down, he's just going to say, the last time I had a strange dream, I was in presumably somebody else's body, and it happened again. I'm assuming this was earlier, though. The same symbols on the hands and everything. I was on a ship of some kind. I thought it was a boat, but it was in the sky and traveling through a lightning storm towards Ionaeus. Apparently, the person that I was inhabiting had been called by the Council of Nine. We have heard that and seen that on the papers. It wasn't clear why, but when the ship arrived in Ionaeus, there was a small group, well, I mean, there were 9 soldiers and 2... I don't really know what to call them. They were archmages, I suppose is the title that was used when they were introduced, but they didn't seem right. One of them was just skin and bone, literally no eyes in her socket. It was just skin and candles melted onto her skull. And the other was an earth genasi whose face had almost like it had been refined in a fire, bronze and shiny where the rest of it was craggy, and it had a lot of different eyes, that second one, but they were all closed until I approached, and it looked seemingly through the body that I was in to see me. It somehow knew that I was there when I shouldn't be, and it told me that my presence was unwanted, and I felt something push me out of there and frightened the life out of Hayes. I apologize. It threw me across the room, which I didn't think could happen, but here we are. So I guess Does the name Rohekaru mean anything to either of you, or perhaps Vaenza, the Ascended? Archmage of a grave and one of the Ascended, whatever that means.
And does this sound familiar? Any of this?
Roll me that new check. Roll me that new Arcana check, I guess.
You're muted.
Oh, damn it. Roll me that new Arcana check. Or history. But, you know, they probably are Arcana-esque in nature.
Okay, 14. But I now have a +6
Damn,
to Arcana for a dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
You +6.
The name so much doesn't, the names of the two individuals you're not sure of, but the Archmage of the Grave, you realize kind of with your research and how every Archmage is kind of the top of their so-called school, that skeletal lady is most likely the head of kind of necromancy, whatever school of necromancy. Not there isn't so much the school, but if someone was going to be really good at one type of magic, she's probably really good at the necromancy type. And then with that, that's probably all you get, even with a 20, as these are deep lore, deep world lore.
Ascended. That was like the Ascended, like a title. Yeah?
Yes, that's what it seemed. They had 9 soldiers of some sort with them. They had magitech weapons. I'm assuming, I didn't know what they were, but they seemed to be dressed in armor and prepared to fight if necessary. So I imagine as an archmage under guard.
Okay. Well, yeah, go figure. The one that looks like a skeleton was probably in charge of necromancy, but
The other one, I don't. I, Meg, don't think I said it. The other one was called the Archmage of Omens, so there's another little thing for us to chew on. Yeah.
divination
Perhaps.
sounds right, but I mean, yeah. That would be my guess, anyway. That would also make sense, I guess, if they could see that you were there.
That is sensible. Yes. I don't know. I don't think there's a whole lot that we can do about any of it. It was happening in Ioneus. It happened centuries ago, so it's not like there's anything we can do now about it, but the fact that I'm seeing this, what is showing it to me and why?
I mean, it doesn't sound like you're being... Or maybe you are being shown, but it sounds like a part of you is traveling back in time. Or seeing back in time, but you're there. Because otherwise that other archmage wouldn't have been able to see you.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like a normal dream, obviously. Somehow traveling through time in your dream?
I think his thoughts kind of flash to his weird Azamar form and his light cantrip and his healing hands, like all these things that for a while he just chalked up as to being like in tune with magic and whatever, and he's like, kind of wondering, like, is this part of, like, that unknown heritage? And if so, like, what else do I not know about it that is going to come up?
Mhm.
And I think that as he's kind of, like, deep diving into those thoughts, the kettle starts to whistle, which, like, pulls him out of it, and he starts to go, like, pour a cup of tea
Cinematic.
for anyone who wants one.
It's just like Teddy's staring off in the distance, and then like it zooms back in, and the kettle's been going off, and it's like, oh god, like.
Yes, pardon, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, I just figured it would be better for everybody to know about it,
Yeah.
so do with that what you will, I suppose.
I mean, could you tell me the names that were said again?
You can
Yeah,
you can
let
share
me-
that.
I'm just gonna copy and
Yeah.
paste them over to you, because
Okay.
I have them in my notes now.
Xanthi has pulled a notebook out of nowhere.
Yeah. Dora
From
pulled it out of a
amidst the blanket that she is wrapped in.
Yeah.
And is writing it down.
Cool. I mean, I suppose I could see if I can track down the woman that read for my dream last time, although I will be honest, she did unsettle me a bit. Did you ever track her down, Xanthi? I know that we had discussed that at some point.
Oh, no. Got distracted and I don't know how much in the dream there really is to translate, but I mean, this though.
I mean, if it's not a dream, then what is there to read about it? It might be better to consult a historian if one has records that far back.
Well, I mean, I'll pray about it too. I don't know. I don't know where else we could. I mean, we could attempt to. Just gotta. I don't know if there's like any kind of research that could be done, but
Well, just something we can keep an ear to the ground for, I suppose. Sorry again for waking you all. It just felt very important in the moment, and if I'm gonna be flying around with dreams going forward, perhaps also just a warning.
yeah.
Like, kind of, like, rubs his head.
It got a start of a little bump building.
egg.
Yeah.
No, it's alright. Just glad it was you. I mean, not like. I'm not glad that you fell
Wow.
out. You were pushed out of your bed by your dream. You know what I mean.
I don't think that I do.
I'm glad it wasn't a home invasion.
Oh, I see. Okay.
A dream invasion is fine. Home invasion? Nah,
Dream-
cut
yeah.
that shit out.
Second someone else walks into that room, it's over. Yeah, no, cool. Well, again, I suppose there's nothing much to be done about it now, so I think I'll go and get ready for some class, I suppose.
Yeah.
He'll leave his tea untouched on the counter.
Uh-oh. Teddy's real rattled if he's not drinking his tea.
Rattled like bones of a skeleton. Lady.
It was creepy the way that Lucas described it. It was scary. I wrote in my notes, ew.
Wow, skinny phobic.
I just think
like,
that
call Crusher.
it's yucky. Oh.
Skeleton lady. I was
Skeleton lady! Crusher, you'll never believe what happened!
like, siren going off.
Yeah.
And I'm like, death's domain is dreams and skeleton lady? Um. Yeah. We should text Crusher.
But with that exciting start to the second chunk of our long rest extravaganza, you all are attending classes, doing all the usual volunteer stuff. Marigold and Teddy, you do have like a doctor's note to not have to do gym class, so you don't have to do the tougher, sparring with Lialia. But I know there are a lot of things you all messaged me about, so start getting to it that you want to do.
Okay.
Because I just gave Teddy a nightmare that he didn't ask for, so I know there's other things.
Oh, you can just ask for them?
You can, yeah. It don't know if it'll happen, but sure,
It's gonna be in my next downtime. I want to
Okay, yeah. Give me one.
Please.
I just had something, so someone else can go, and then I'll get to my thing later.
I have quick things, I think. So I think Marigold, during this period, now that she's recovered some, she's definitely thinking a lot about what Nendra said about, like, being a child of the Forsaken and having a domain, and what's the other thing? Oh yeah, and hearing Ider's voice, and that Nendra's also being, like, hearing voices from the void and, like, trying to do something related to that. So she's pondering a lot. Probably spends a lot of time in the garden doing that, hanging out with Olive. But at some point she's gonna, maybe like one night as they're like getting ready for bed, she's gonna ask Xanthi to identify the cards that she got.
Oh, yeah, cool.
Yeah. Tate, roll me a d20.
Okay. Okay. Oh my god, I got a 9 again.
All right. So, Xanthi, as you identify these cards, this is a deck of illusion with the top 4 and bottom 5 cards removed from the deck. You cannot look at a card that you can. If you draw a card, it will immediately appear, like, happen. You can't like pick through them and be like, I want this one. It's just pull and go. But I will share in the chat what this deck is. So is that with top 4 and bottom 5 cards removed.
Ooh.
Nice.
So yeah, reading for
See how many we're missing.
reading for this. Well, because you'll when you draw one, you'll randomly also roll to see which one you get. So, so yeah, as an action, you can draw random card, throw it to the ground. An illusion of one of the creatures appears. It looks and behaves as if it were real, except it can't harm anyone. If you can see it, you can use an action to move it anywhere within 30 feet of the card. And if you physically interact with the illusion, you can see that it's an illusion. But otherwise, if someone's just looking at it, they need to make a DC 15 intelligence check to realize that it ain't real. And it lasts until it's moved or the illusion is dispelled. So, could be you got something in your arsenal.
Nice.
So yeah, Xanthi, you're able to share that with Marigold.
I didn't have to get a favor for this one. Look at that.
Ask the other Elamare to identify it.
I should have. Oh well. Anyways, and then I think Marigold is going to go see if she can hang out with Sirius.
All right. Yeah, give me a luck check. You. This is how I have to do it with the number of NPCs we have.
16.
16. Yeah. As you say, is this? Give me the time of day you're going to hang out with Zarius.
Maybe in the evening, like a different evening.
Sure.
Like after dinner time.
Yeah. You. After kind of the few kind of rainy, weirdly warm, moist days have passed, it's now starting to be a few really quite pleasant, kind of starting to teeter on almost too warm days as the summer starts to approach. And one evening, as you're thinking about kind of Zarius and hanging out with Zarius, you see that he is kind of standing in the garden area, looking over some of the nice kind of plants and flowers and everything that you all have been working on sprucing up the place. And as you approach Marigold, you can see that Zarius seems to be having a quiet conversation with Olive, who is currently like poking at his leg, and he's kind of like, what do you want? Like, you can tell there's definitely a little back and forth going between the two of them. But yeah.
I think Marigold's gonna approach and say,
"Oh, it's such a nice night to enjoy the garden."
Oh, Marigold. Yes, it is quite warm out. It feels nice after the weather recently. Although I guess perhaps rainy days are your favorite.
Yeah, I really do like the rain. It just makes such a lovely atmosphere.
It is true, but it does make it a bit hard to see the night sky, so that is one downside, unfortunately.
That is true. Oh, speaking of, me and the others, we went to talk to Crusher and asked him to talk to Death about the extra star in the sky. Crusher didn't notice it, but he said he would think about it very hard, and hopefully Death would send him some kind of message, but we haven't heard yet.
Well, I hope that he hears something. I do feel a bit foolish about having said it. I don't know, it seemed important in the moment, but I was admittedly a little out of it still. Hopefully it is not... hopefully it is nothing. But it is still there. And you see, he kind of points to a kind of area in the sky. You can see that it is a clear night, and it is right on the edge of... there's kind of a lot of stars, and it's right on the edge of where there's already a kind of cluster of stars. And with your good night vision and someone directly pointing it out, you can see that this star is definitely like a little bit brighter than the rest of the stars in the sky. And you kind of blink for a second, and you swear that like the hue of it is not that usual kind of white, but almost like a greenish outline before you kind of blink again, and it just seems again like that bright white star.
Oh, I don't think it's foolish at all if you notice that that star didn't exist before. It seems a little strange.
That is true. We do live in strange times, though. Our weather is not exactly dictated by just the seasons, so there is that.
Yeah. Are you feeling better?
I am feeling about as well as I have. So, in some ways, yes. Thank you for asking, and thank you and, well, everyone for the rescue that you did. It's, well, I'm glad you came along when you did.
Me too. It was pretty scary. We were all very worried. We're glad that you're okay.
Yes, I apologize. I know I left quite a mess within the foyer of my house, so to speak. So, I do know that could have been not the best sight to see at such a time.
Oh, the mess was not an issue. We were more just worried about you. And if you were safe. And it wasn't that hard to clean up. Well, after I think someone in the volunteers came by to pick up the bodies, but after they were gone, it wasn't too much trouble.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, but thank you again.
Marigold pauses for a moment because she doesn't really have anything else to say, but then says,
I'm glad that you and Olive are getting along so well. She's really great, isn't she?
Yes, she does love to, I think, chase me around the garden. I don't really walk very fast, but she's always biting at my legs. Is there something I'm supposed to be giving? Is she asking for something?
Can I make a check?
Yeah. He's like, I'm not very good with pets, really.
Mm-hmm.
Give me an animal handling check. That shit never gets rolled.
My animal handling is okay. It's okay. It's just okay.
Animal handling that plant.
No, I rolled so badly though.
Do you have any savvy points?
I think I have a
savvy point animal handling check for a plant.
Save
This is why it's not working. It's because Olive is really a plant, not an animal, but your animal
You think
handling.
you're getting Olive, but it's just like a bush.
It's just a bush.
Oh my god.
Ceres is like, this bush won't leave me alone. Stick. With a 6. Yeah, you're like, maybe Olive's hungry. Maybe Olive thinks like the flowy pants are like something to kind of like grab material from. You're not really sure.
Well, I've never had a grub pet before, so I'm not very sure why she does that. But, I guess I could maybe ask the people I got it from if they know anything about shrub pet behavior.
Well, I mean, it's no bother. I just was hoping that if there was something she was looking for, I would be able to give her that. But
Oh, of course. I appreciate that you're looking out for her. But I'll see if I can research that, and then we'll know how to help her.
it sounds like a plan.
I think Marigold's worried about bothering him, so she'll probably say goodnight and go back inside.
he bids you a good night, and you see that he kind of walks maybe like 10 more steps and keeps like observing the garden, and Olive follows along and is pecking at him for following him along the way.
She's so cute. Now I know what I'm gonna do for my next long rest period. Have some investigating into shrub behaviors.
They're not animals, they're plants. Lesson learned.
What does a sentient shrub want?
All right.
Here's a PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, so anything else anyone would like to do? We're kind of rolling into the weekend. No exam this weekend, so a full free weekend to do activities.
Yeah, I think all the stuff I have left, besides the last one, is just shopping related things. Going into town, going into stores.
Yeah.
I also have some shopping that I would like to do, so maybe we can lump it up together and make
Yeah.
a little excursion out of it.
Also, take one of the places I want to go to is Now and Later. If Marigold wants to come with, that's good about it.
Oh my god, she'll definitely come with because she has shrub search.
Church.
I agree.
All right. So it looks like there's going to be some shopping montage happening. Xanthi, are you reading any of your books from the Jhalavar state in this downtime? It's probably going to take you a few days for each of them. So let me know which one you'll want to read first, and then when we finish this next little segment, I'll let you know what you learn. You are muted. You are muted.
Sorry. Yes, I literally was just talking about reading. I was like, yes, she forgot about that. She would be reading during this time. So she's got 3 books essentially to read. She's got the Dwarvish little book, and she's got the Control and Force, Origin of Magocracy, and then the old crumbly archaic Elvish, which is the science of potentiality in the arcane. So I think she'd read the Control and Force one first, because the other one, as she figures, in the archaic Elvish,
it's gonna take a few days.
Little bit longer.
Yeah. Cool. All right, then sounds good. We will say Xanthi is reading that as the days go on, and we will now turn to a shopping montage and then come back to lore. So everyone's favorite part, shopping montage.
Genuine.
All right, where are y'all going?
On my list is Now and Later, Syndra's, which is a cerulean spade.
No,
and
Syndra's is the steel fabrications.
You're so right.
The cerulean spade is potions.
That's right. Thank you.
If you want to go talk to them and be like, why would you ever sell a fucking potion of poison that looks like a healing potion?
Yeah.
Why would someone do such a thing?
I'm thinking the beginning letter and also spade makes me think like a spade, like a shovel, which is a weapon, which is interesting.
They're really, really stringing them together there. But
I did.
All right.
Yeah. So those are my places. Are there any overlaps besides Marigold also letting me go do some shrub search?
Teddy also wants to hit up Syndra's. I don't know if she would be the one to help him out with getting new armor, because she deals with metalworking, and he's looking for studded leather. But hopefully she can point him in the right direction. So
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Then we'll say really in the direction of from the house to Syndra's, you're gonna go by Now and Later first on the direction. So Hayes, what is it that you want to do at now and later?
I want to see again if Granny K is there because yes, I did give the kid the thing about, hey, can you tell her that that I told you that this person told her.
Yeah,
But
how many
not the
names
kid.
how
So-
long did the teen remember? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, you forgot as soon as, yeah. And it means differently if you say it face to face. So going to pass on that hello and also see what kind of items they might have in stock right now.
Yeah. As you all approach now and later, you see that the kind of young gnomish teen is there, but there's also a much older gnome woman. You mentioned this is Granny K. If anyone was going to be Granny K, this is Granny K. And yeah, you're able. She's got kind of like a big bun of gray hair, little spectacles. Very much looks like Mrs. Claus, apparently, because that just popped into my mind. I was like, that's what Mrs. Claus looks like, but a gnome.
The K stands for gnome.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, you're able to pass along the kind of hello. You get the very like grandmother like little pat hand that's like, oh, thank you, sweetie, on your
Do you remember
arm.
who he is?
She seems like she does. Whether or not that's her being like, oh yes, of course, favorite person. But yeah,
She loves all of her kids.
she loves all of her grandkids. Every individual under the age of 300 in Old Haven is her grandkid.
I forgot that she's like a super old gnome.
Gnome, yeah.
Oh my god.
Some of the only ones that can rival elves in their long liveliness. And with that, you'll kind of peruse the usual stock of like snacks and trinkets, and you see a palm-sized crystal ball that appears to be raining inside. That's a fun little trinket. A coin of delving for 100 gold pieces, and a sunbeam compass.
It's the end of the year.
How much money did we get from the house, and did we split it between us?
We did split it between us.
How much money did we each give ourselves?
You got 700
10.
gold.
Platinum pieces each. And I think we put the rest of the platinum into the party fund.
Okay. How much is the sunbeam compass?
The sunbeam compass is 20 gold, and what it does is loads on my screen. I love this website, but good lord is it slow. Yeah, again, these are a bit more trinkety in nature, hence also the price. And I'm pretty sure the sunbeam compass always points in the direct. Oh, there we go. Device that always directs the user to the sun by emitting a small light at the tip of the needle in a glass orb. Useful when exploring subterranean territory.
That's good.
Sure. I'll buy it.
There you go.
Impulse buy that.
Yeah, impulse buy a sunbeam
Impulse
How
compass.
buy
much
of
for it?
100 gold.
No, 20
No,
gold.
it's 20 gold. We
Oh,
have...
I don't know what
Yeah.
when I was thinking.
Coin of
sorry.
delving is 100 gold.
That
one's
that's
a
what I was
little-
thinking of.
This one again, another scintillating. That's a big word for Elmo. Copper coin sheds dim light in a 5-foot radius. If dropped a distance greater than 5 feet, it rings when it hits a surface, and anyone who can hear it can know the distance the coin has dropped based on the tone. So another one for maybe some subterranean adventures.
What are you throwing us into?
Honestly, that and a palm-sized crystal ball where it's raining.
Is it raining outside as well?
It is not currently raining today. It's just a kind of overcast spring day. Everyone's allergies are acting up. Everyone's sneezing like crazy.
When Marigold goes to purchase this compass, she's gonna ask, I purchased a Shrub of Awakening here, and I had a question about its care after it awakens.
You see that the teen Neshki's like turns to his grandma, and the grandma's like, yeah, I don't do. She's like, yes. What about the shrub?
Well, the shrub, she is a duck named Olive, but a shrub. And she keeps pecking at the ankles of one of the people that lives in my house, and he was, well, he doesn't live in my house. Really, I live at his house, but that's neither here nor there. He was wondering if she was wanting something from him.
Well, as far as I know, shrubs when awakened, like to latch on to concepts of who they are, and a duck that is also named Olive, it might be giving her a bit of a complex. She doesn't know if she's a duck or perhaps supposed to be an olive tree. So maybe guiding her in a path forward of which way to act could help alleviate some of the concerns, as the pecking is most likely a stress relieving mechanism.
No! Marigold looks so horrified.
Oh, well, all right. I will figure out how to do that. I mean, how do I give her direction one way or the other?
Well, if you can speak with plants and animals, that might be a good way to start.
Okay. I can't do that, but I might know someone who can. Thank you so much for the information.
Of course. Have a good day, dear.
You too.
Marigold's totally wearing her cloak of billowing right now. I
Beautiful.
completely forgot she had that.
All your random impulse purchases. It's going to be the end of the campaign. Marigold's just going to have like 30 things, just random 20 gold apiece.
Hey, these are all very good purchases.
Yeah,
that I'm
solid purchases.
Investing in my future.
Sure.
How much was the crystal ball, and does it have a description about what it does?
That is what it does. It is a palm-sized crystal ball that appears to be raining inside continuously.
Oh.
It's like a snow globe. It's 10 gold.
Oh.
It's like a snow globe.
Interesting.
Yeah. I said they're trinkets. They're not all super useful items, but they have some magic to them. But yeah, is anyone else getting anything or doing anything at now and later? Sandwich of the month is Caesar chicken wrap.
Oh, get me one of those.
Yeah, 2 copper.
Easiest 2 copper I've ever spent in my life.
Seems. Get that sandwich.
Love. Great.
Yeah, you could get a little lunch. If anyone else wants a Caesar chicken wrap, to go as you head to Syndra's. Hell yeah! Get your chicken wraps.
Working on the wrap as we go. Just for the road. I love it. They're so portable.
That's the best part. And with that, you all head through, kind of across the bridge. Oh yeah, Hayes.
Oh, no. I'm
Okay.
just like an acknowledgement of...
Yeah, you head across the Sylvia's Crossing, through Center Market, kind of winding your way back into Hidden Hills, and to Steel Fabrications. As you approach, you can see kind of the garage-style doors that are up. You can hear the kind of tinkering on metal, smoke billowing out, and you see your favorite pack-a-day smoker aunt, Sindra. She's got a cigar in her mouth as she is hammering away. You see, it's been a little while since you all last visited, a little over like a month. There seems to be quite a few more displays. There's like an S and an F sign that's kind of like, that's definitely been hammered out of metal out front for a bit more of a real shop vibe. And yeah, as you all approach, she's kind of like puts her stuff down. She's like, "Hey, there you are. What can I do for you? It's been a while. How's that longsword treating you?"
Pretty good. I was actually coming to sell it back to you.
Oh, battle tested? Oh, wonderful. No, this is exciting stuff. Yeah. Well, great. I'm happy to make a sale, and well, I guess a purchase. I'm hoping to make a sale. Is there something else you're looking to buy?
I was gonna see how much it would take to silver my hammer.
Well,
Or maybe look at what close range kind of weapons you have. Daggers, things like that.
daggers? Silvered or just a dagger?
I'll look at both, but maybe just a dagger.
I don't have any silver daggers. You have the silver dagger that I sold you, presumably.
We do.
Okay, so I just have regular daggers, but got tons of those. That's fine. But no, for the hammer, yeah, I could silver hammer. It'd take about 3 days. It'd be 100 gold. You provide the hammer, but if you sell me back the longsword, yeah, we could call it even.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Well then, great. Doesn't feel like I made a deal. Well, I made a deal, but not. It's fine. But yeah, sure. Anything. A few weapons over here. You can see there's like a few long swords. They're all great quality, but just your standard long sword, short sword, daggers. You can see on the other side there's a few like plate mail and scale mail armor. It looks like she's just getting the basics stock up, or at least that's what's out right now.
Yeah. Yeah, look at what kind of like smallish melee things, like daggers and stuff. What kind of stuff does she have?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's all
How
the.
much are they?
It's going to be. It's going to be exactly what it states on D&D Beyond. So.
Oh, okay.
For anything that's just a generic dagger or short sword, they're really usually not super expensive. Somewhere probably between like 5 and 40 gold for depending on what it is.
Let's see.
But yeah, while Hayes is perusing, Teddy, are you asking any questions?
Yes. I know that you primarily work in metalwork, but he's brought his armor with him. If I were looking to get this upgraded, studded in some kind, is that something is that a service that you can provide, or is there somebody that you would trust to do a good job with that?
And you want it upgraded with metal? You seem more like the nature sort, yeah?
Yes, if possible. I don't know if it could be reinforced with like bone or I don't really know what my options are, I suppose.
Well, so I don't really do much with leather. It's too slippery in my hands. I don't like it. I like the feeling of metal. It's great. But I know someone out in Three Gardens that they do stuff with leather, all sorts of leather goods. Name's Evie. I think they're in 3 gardens, and the shop's called 2 Leathers. That's something about numbers. I really like it. But yeah, if I was gonna go to anyone for stuff, I'd probably go to them.
Thank you very much.
Would you like to buy a battle-tested mace?
You betcha.
All right.
Are you gonna buy? Do you want to buy something else? I don't want to leave you defenseless.
Oh, no. I'm okay. I don't really think that weapons are really my thing. I tried it. It just didn't feel right.
Yeah.
So, it's better that someone can use this, rather than it just collecting dust.
Has Xanthi actually ever swung that mace in combat? It's not even battle tested, you liar!
It has seen battle.
It has seen battle.
It's not participated in battle.
It was the equipment manager during
Yeah.
battle.
Yeah.
It was Water Boy.
Yeah.
Yes, he's stretching the truth a little.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit.
Well then, I will say you get 4 gold pieces back for your mace that you sell to her. And she kind of looks at it and she's like, that must have been a real quick battle. Not very tested.
Yeah.
But
I can clean things with magic too, so that's
mm-hmm. And blow smoke up my ass as well, but that's fine. All right. And takes the mace from you.
Okay.
But yeah, Xanthi, anything? Are you looking to buy anything, or you just want to offload your mace?
Yeah, I think to look at how much breastplates are, but I think she doesn't have enough for it right now, so.
Yeah, I think they're 400 if I'm recalling correctly. So pretty expensive.
Yes, so she's just scoping it out. She's window shopping.
Cool. All right.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, Hayes, if you leave your hammer, you can pick it up basically by the end of the next long rest, and it would be silvered.
Yay! Yeah, then I want to get a dagger, which is 2 gold pieces, and does she have any splint armor?
Ooh.
Any splint armor? Just like the standard splint, which I think is made with.
Or does she have more? It's 200 on D&D Beyond.
So yeah, I'd say that she has some flint armor, and then she has some higher end stuff. She has, let me see here. She has a. Did I just open the same one? Very possible. Yeah, I'd say any of the general goods that could be found at a blacksmith, she is able to have. But she also has mithril scale mail that is 550 gold pieces. So perhaps an option if you want to wait. It is medium armor.
No,
Technically, it would still just be a 16 for your AC. But
splint is 17.
yeah, but it doesn't give disadvantage on stealth. So
Yeah. Does she buy battle tested armor?
yes,
She does.
yeah. She's an entrepreneur. She's open for business.
How much will my armor run?
What are you currently wearing?
Chainmail. 75.
I'd say you'd probably get 50 simply because I don't want to do math. I don't want to do better math. She's not great at math, so she just rounds it up. So yeah, you'd get 50 back for that, so it would knock the price down by 50.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'm selling my armor.
Cool.
And then I get that
Splint.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Oops.
All right. Hayes gets some splint armor.
Okay.
Leaves your hammer to get silvered.
Yeah.
And Teddy, Xanthi, all good on your end. Marigold, you don't need anything from here, so I don't even know if
Marigold didn't even go.
Marigold went to go have a crisis about Olive.
Yeah.
Some quality time with her duck shrub.
Going through some things, that poor shrub.
Oh, it's so hard having a necrosis and just be a shrub. Ah!
All right. Well, then you all get directions from Syndra to head to Two Leathers in Three Gardens. Isn't that a fun little thing?
3 gardens, 2 leathers, 1 Evie.
That's it.
Ooh.
There you go. But yeah, it's there's 2 of them. That's why it's 2 leather now. But yeah, you kind of take a little bit of a scenic route on the outside of Old Haven, walking through the crop fields that are out here. You see all of the kind of pelt devices that are essentially just like Magitech greenhouses, for lack of a better term. They're kind of holographic kind of outlines and overarching magic that allows the crops to not be affected by the crazy weather that is experienced, or not as affected. And eventually you kind of get to the small shop of Two Leathers. You see that it's kind of got a roughly patched shingle roof and a cracked pale stone wall. The front door is ajar, and you can peer inside just to see all manner of leather goods hanging from the ceiling and stacked on a shallow shelf at the back of the store. It's a pretty small place. And you see inside, kind of sitting on a stool, kind of working one of these leather kind of pouches, is a kind of dark skin, dark braided hair halfling.
Hello, are you Evie?
Oh, hi. Yes, that's me. Welcome to my shop. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm here from the recommendation of Syndra from, he'll kind of like gesture back towards like the area.
Yeah.
She told me that this was the best place to get leather working done, and I was looking to upgrade some leather armor. Is that something that you could do?
Oh, definitely. Wow. Syndra doesn't seem like she would send people. No, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, wonderful. I can absolutely do that.
Yeah, he'll like pull out the armor that he does have, and he'll just kind of say, I think that some kind of reinforcement would be very much appreciated. The only issue is that I typically don't really deal in metal of any kind. It's not really, as you can see, most of it is just leather and the occasional buckle and stuff. I know oftentimes the next step with armor made out of leather is to, you know, put leather studs in it and such. Not leather, metal studs, but if there's anything that, any substitution that you might recommend or anything like that?
Yeah. Well, there's actually lots of options. We could do bone if you're looking for something along that lines. There's several creatures that have kind of spikes protruding, and we could do that if you're looking for one that looks a bit more dangerous and maybe people don't want to touch or get close. or just kind of weave in kind of the smooth kind of outer shell of some kind of more insect type creatures. There's definitely a few options. So really, it's up to what you want, your personal style, you know.
Marvelous. I think that second option sounds maybe a little more in line with what I typically go for. What's kind of the price point on this sort of upgrade?
Right. Well, are you upgrading or just purchasing outright the armor?
Would there be a benefit to just purchasing new armor outright, or is it?
You would have two
Like, do
sets
we
of
run-
armor.
Sure. I think ultimately, if I can just get this one spruced up, I suppose that might be a little more.
Yes. Well, for the cost, and you see, she's like goes and writes. It would be 35 gold to get it upgraded to your specifications. So.
Okay, wonderful. I am happy to pay that now, and when do you think I could expect to have this finished?
You see, she kind of like takes it, looks, sees the size of the armor and everything, quickly checks the stock of things she has, and is like, maybe 4 days. This seems quite doable. Not the armor's in pretty decent shape, so yeah, it shouldn't take too long at all.
Wonderful. Well, in that case, I'll just leave this here, and he'll fish around in his pocket. He's gonna pay 37 gold as a nice little tip.
Cute. Look at that. As you pay the extra, she's like, "Oh no, I think you miscounted. There's like."
Oh no, if Sindra recommends your services, then I have no reason to doubt that that's not worth paying a little extra for.
Oh, thank you. She's never gonna let me live this down. All right. Yeah. So Teddy will get by the time all these long rests wrap up, he will have a new set of studded leather with some spikes on it, looking very metal. Hell yeah, Crusher would approve.
Heck yeah.
Except not metal.
Not metal.
He's thinking like, oh, it's gonna poke through on my shirt.
You're gonna have to start wearing it over your shirts instead of under. You can't Secret Service it anymore, Teddy.
I guess so.
Embrace your true self.
Inner edgelord.
Yeah. Does anyone else need any? I don't think anyone else wears leather armor, so if you need a really good wallet, you need a nice little wallet to hold all your things.
For all the money that we just spent.
Yeah, for all the money that you don't have anymore.
Use my last coin to buy a wallet. Just kidding, I have a little bit more.
But yeah, well, cool. I think that
What kind of
was
stuff does she have?
a lot of the kind of like leather bound notebooks, boots, satchels, belts. Yeah. It seems like most of it is actually more of the like mundane stuff that like just people would need. But the armor came recommended by Syndra, and Syndra's not one to sugarcoat it, so it's probably good stuff.
Yeah. Is there any kind of like little thing that could like theoretically hold like a compact mirror that's more sturdy and probably safer than like just being loose in a pouch with some rocks?
Yeah, give me a little investigation check as you peruse the shop.
Should also probably be a good birthday present idea. 11.
11. Yeah, looking around, you see a few things that are for similar types of items, but probably not one that exactly fits the kind of size and shape of your compact mirror. But it does seem like it would be an easy enough thing to kind of, what do you call it? Commission? Yeah, as she does all sorts of leatherwork, and that's not outside the realm of possibility.
why not ask her about it?
Yeah, she has 8 gold to commission a little pouch.
Yeah, easy.
Sweet. Yeah, and she says that it'll be ready. She says for ease, come back the same time as your friend, and they'll all be ready.
Cool. Thank you so much.
All right. Any other shopping montage items to do?
The only thing that left was to shop around for something toward commitment night, obviously. So.
True. We could say that you all have been
Like,
perusing. Yeah, you all have been kind of perusing as the days go when you have a chance to go into town. Talk is starting to bubble within the kind of first years and third years, though you don't really see very many of them, but in the world, getting ready for commitment night, where everyone gets all fancy in fancy clothes and kind of armor as well, a little bit of a what do you call it, Met Gala situation. And yeah, the third years get to say whether or not they're going to rejoin as senior volunteers. So it's a big party. It is next Friday, so coming soon. And if anyone's gonna get a date, could be fun. Could go with friends. Could go with a date. Anyone? Why are you all dating NPCs?
Who wants to go on a date?
Not all of them are dating NPCs.
That's fair. Well, yeah.
But it could go date an NPC.
You could ask Shinzo.
Could.
Shinzo, I will
The guy
say,
we've talked to 5 times.
is also not a first, second, or third year. Shinzo is a senior volunteer. So, fraternizing. Hayes is like, okay, and he's hot.
Is that not allowed? He's also younger than me, so it equals out.
How did that happen?
I still can't get over it. Shinzo likes writing doctor's notes. He's not a doctor.
He's not a doctor, though.
I think that's so funny.
So cute.
He's a bard. He's a bard. He's just out here fucking writing
He's a
elegant
bard?
script. Yeah, bards can heal.
I know, but I was not expecting that. I think it's so precious.
Yeah.
I love them.
All right.
Surprising.
But yeah, well then, that's our little shopping montage. Let's see. As we approach the end of the second long rest, which I think is probably Sunday or Moon Day. I should actually look at that because
I'm pulling it up
yeah.
right now, buddy.
Let's see.
What day?
Moon Day will be the first day of the third long rest.
First day of the third long rest.
If
Cool.
it's 3 nights
Yep.
sleep.
So, with Sunday coming to a close, or the evening of Sunday, Xanthi, you finish the first of your books. We'll say you've been reading the kind of dwarven book as you've been going. It's slow going as you are teaching yourself a new language in a week. Crazy stuff. But hey, all good. But yeah, Xanthi, go ahead as you're kind of reading this book. Give me a history or arcana check. See how much you pull from this.
Come on. Beat the streak.
You got this, bestie.
It's an 11. But I plus 6 for a solid 17.
Yeah, there you go. With a 17, you taken from the Jhalavar Villa, you have been reading Control and Force, The Birth of Magocracy by Alondra Runetrapper, your girl, who you didn't know she wrote more books, but she has. So who knows how many more are out there.
Prolific queen. We love her.
And as you read this book, it analyzes the power dynamics built into a society where those with arcane powers are given more freedoms and choices than those without. It also mentions the advantage that long-lived races have in their study of the arcane, and how it makes sense then that 6 of the 9 archmages of the Council of 9 were born full elves, although now they share little resemblance, having transformed themselves in their pursuit of the arcane. You kind of think back to Teddy's dream the night before and what he described, and you pull one quote. You Xanthi probably pull many quotes from your favorite girl, highlighting. You create highlighters so you can highlight these books and underline.
Wow.
But
You're welcome, world.
yeah, you pull a quote. A governing system that values ability and talent above all else is a meritocracy. One could not say the same about our magocracy. The archmages are inconceivably powerful with the arcane, but truly their strength lies in the support they have amassed. Convincing every street peddler with the ability to cast a cantrip that the world can be theirs to own, so long as the Council of 9 rules, provides loyal masses easily manipulated.
Boo! Manipulation!
Ooh.
Boom manipulation.
Yeah, and
Also,
I
they're
will.
kind of cool. I want to see what the rest of them look like.
Megan's like, give me them all right now.
They're yucky, but I think they're so cool.
Like trading cards. We found
Yeah.
2. We had 2.
I got the full set of the Council of 9.
7 more to get. Oh.
So there, yeah, that is what I just read.
Okay.
And yeah, and we'll say for this last long rest, you are continuing your study of Dwarvish. I need to study apparently, and reading up on the more difficult book, continuing your reading of the more difficult book of the Science of Potentiality and the Arcane, and we'll see that at the end of this next long rest. As we come back into the session with the start of the last kind of little bit of the third long rest needed for those of you suffering from extreme exhaustion. Right now you just have disadvantage on ability checks. But it has been a pretty light rolling session so far. Lots of exposition, so perhaps that is okay.
In honor of my
It won't be
friends.
so nice next
I
time.
know, right? Honestly, I was planning. I was like, when you go with Song, like I'll have you roll some medicine checks. You're doing medicine things completely fucking. I was too busy trying to say
I
words
can
of
do it
wisdom.
retroactively if you
I was
want.
trying to say words of wisdom as Song and couldn't fucking think about it. Yeah, let's see Teddy's at disadvantage medicine check.
Mhm. And this is before he got his proficiency in it.
No, you could say you have proficiency in it. It was like a culminating event.
Okay.
It was-
In that case, with disadvantage, that is a 19.
yeah, there we go. With disadvantage, it's a 19. Oh, shocker.
I love being good at something. Don't ask me to do a history check ever.
Look, that's
In theory, I'm pretty good at this.
that's Xanthi's thing. You know, you gotta
Yeah.
divide and conquer.
Arcana.
Yeah. The things are intertwined, but beautiful. Well then, as we kind of move into month 6, day 8, 9, and 10, you have classes as well. As you all are in class on Monday and Wednesday, you learn that starting after commitment night, so the following free day, every free day class will be with your kind of respective respective martial spellcaster class, whatever we want to call it. Lialia lets you all know that Hayes and Xanthi, the two of you will be with Lieutenant Reichmir Dimriver. Clerics and paladins train with him. Teddy, you're going to be with Lieutenant Shira Terranblood. She is a human who teaches rangers and druids. And then Marigold, you'll be spending your free day with Lieutenant Arlen, which I don't know if Xanthi shared. Would Xanthi have shared the information about Lieutenant Arlen and Rakesh to the group after?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, when she talked about the tablet and how it went. Yeah.
Yeah. So then, Marigold, you would know you're with Lieutenant Arlen, who teaches the sorcerers, bards, and warlocks of the first year on free days. But that will kick in the following, kind of almost in 2 weeks after commitment night, the Friday starting on the 19th. So something to look forward to. There might be a little montage of everyone's class activities happening on that day. But yeah, as you all continue, Teddy and Marigold, you're starting to feel almost back to normal. This just feels like, after you were recovering from your ship heist, with terms of tiredness. Is there anything anyone is doing? I know Xanthi's reading. Everyone's kind of shopping for commitment night, which is this free day.
Have we as a
else?
group talked about commitment night at all? Like,
It
is
might
there
be a good
plan
time.
that
It might
the
be a good
group is
time to
going?
chat about it. Yeah, have a little chat. We'll say after kind of Moonday night. It's now really the talk of the class because it's happening this free day, and you all can have a little conversation about it if you would so choose.
I'm canonizing that it's the top 2 classes.
No, it's an open invite to whoever would like to go. So some people that are nerds and go to every event put on by the volunteers are going to go. Also, it might help that you all have a very wealthy sponsor and therefore can afford to, deck yourself out in some outfits. But as is tradition, like nearly all the third years are going to attend. And then for the first and kind of second years, maybe like a quarter of them attend. And again, whole squads don't. It's not like, well, your squad said you were going. It's just like people can pick and choose. But I know you all are planning to roll out in force, squad out. So
Squad out.
yeah, but yeah, we'll say you all can be like heading back on Moonday night and strike up a little conversation about it.
So commitment night, it's said to be quite a grand event. Like, you don't even need to roll an insight check. Teddy really wants to go, but he also isn't going to be like, you guys have to, like, he's just kind of like, he's checking in, like,
Getting the vibes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it sounds like it'll be fun. Plus, is it bad form at like an event like this to like ask the group who wrote that report about it?
I mean, it seems like there are only opportunities. We could at least ask them to have a future talk about it. I mean, just a good introduction.
They don't want to talk about it then.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm assuming everybody will have their tablets with them, so if nothing else, we could at least ask for their contact, and we could potentially get in touch as a follow-up of sorts to their report.
Do you think our tablets are monitored?
I didn't.
FBI agent in a tablet.
Erwin in your tablet. Just
The
scrolling.
messages on the tablets?
I mean, we
Oh,
can...
that was a random, curious thought. Sorry.
I mean, I think that with anything, it's best in person. But even then, sometimes those conversations are monitored.
Yeah. I just figured... Yeah, it might be something. I don't know really how the technology works. So, yeah, in person is maybe, best for sensitive topics.
Yeah.
I bet that's why Erwin didn't respond about the Ninth School of Magic when I asked him.
Oh. Maybe he did respond while the tablet was broken and we just haven't gotten his number back yet?
Right.
Marigold, give me a history check. Actually, everyone can give me a history check.
Okay.
I'm not rolling well tonight.
Yeah, same. Got 6.
That's 4.
10.
10.
20, 20, 22.
There we go, Xanthi.
I got a 10.
10. I would say, Xanthi, yeah, you kind of have this thought as you're thinking about the tablets being monitored, perhaps, and then, oh yeah, maybe that's why Erwin didn't respond. And then you all realize that Zarius very specifically was against the use of tablets and does not have one when you asked for his number a while back, but no one pushed the issue. But there might be a reason why a man who definitely uses Magitech, as evident by the kind of monitoring device on his house and the pod that keeps him alive, would be against the use of these Magitech devices. And even further with that 22, you realize that at this point you've basically got your tablet back from Lieutenant Farhan, and I'd say about 90% of your contacts are there, which implies that it is not stored on the tablet, and therefore what else is stored elsewhere.
90%? Who's missing?
I'll roll some dice.
My book club!
Yeah.
No!
Crusher's number's gone. No, you didn't get Crusher's number.
We have to get it again. I mean, we
Yeah,
actually, you do have to get it again
anyway.
I
Yeah.
have to get it again.
Syndra's number's gone.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
We still have the Fall Guys number.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Perhaps it is to the relation amount you texted them that the numbers returned. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Xanthi, as you're having this thought, more thoughts occur to you about this Magitech that, yeah, you all really don't know how it works.
Anyway.
Xanthi's like, cool story, bro. All right, moving on.
The commitment night does.
Back to dresses.
Yeah. I mean, seems fun.
Mm-hmm.
Is everybody... Do you guys...
Marigold, I know you like social gatherings. Thanks to like Typhoon Tuesday and how like everyone has been invited to that.
I think Marigold is a bit distracted. Oh, and when Teddy, speaks to her, she's like, oh, yeah, I do like social things sometimes.
Is it something that people are interested in going to?
Well, I'm definitely going.
Like us. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
I was thinking about going to, like, go talk to these people, but we can, see why we can't make a whole event out of it. Could be fun.
Yeah, I'm sure it will be.
I've really been to an event like that, so.
Oh, if it's anything like I'm expecting it to be, they're rather grand. People dress up nice. They usually have catered food and such, and there's oftentimes dancing, music. Teddy's gonna just kind of describe what, like, based on what Atticus told him and, like, based on what he knows about, like, party culture and everything. Just kind of, like, here's, about what, like, we can expect and kind of carry on about it probably a little more than he
Teddy's got a
intended
pep
to
in his
initially.
step as he's walking.
He is pepped.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's excited to have some, like, high life again.
What, you don't like breaking into Lord's manners? That's not the high life?
His general hobby.
It's yes, it is technically the lady. Now. Actually, it was always hers, so.
Yeah, Hashtag girl boss.
Girl boss. Yeah, Teddy talking about his brother's perspective of his own, and he's realizing, oh, my brother never got to go to his own, so I don't really have that kind of, like, perspective to go from. He doesn't say anything about that because that's depressing. So this is a happy moment.
Yeah, you can't be like, wow, I wonder how Lialia feels super, like, chaperoning all this event.
I know.
She is the most vigilant and long-suffering chaperone, though, I'm sure.
Leave space for Jesus. Leave space for Jesus. No, she wouldn't dare.
Leave enough room for your volunteer's guide between you.
Yeah. 5 feet. 5 feet. Melee range. Everyone stay. Too close.
Funny. The goddess of magic.
Leave space for the goddess of magic. Yeah.
Space for the goddess of magic.
Leave space for Tamog. Yeah.
Pick a god.
Leave space. Leave space for all of them.
For all of them.
For all of them.
You all have a pretty kind of peppy conversation heading home. But Xanthi, you notice that as much as Marigold is participating in the conversation, she does seem slightly distracted and yeah, just something's going on there. You with your fucking billion wisdom, whatever's happening over there, cleric.
I guess if we're walking, she'll just make sure that she either, like, slows pace or something, or speeds up to fall into step next to her and just kind of, like, try and glance over her expression and just see if does she look sad? Does she look just in thought? Does she look upset?
I think mostly she looks in thought, I guess.
Okay.
How shadowy is she?
I know.
Yeah. What are the shadows doing?
I have to think. Oh my gosh.
How shadowy are your shadows?
I feel like the it's not like shadowy around her per se. It's more like I feel like the shadows that are around her on the ground are kind of like clinging to her in a sense. Like she'll walk past, the shadows of a building or a tree, and they seem to kind of like
Grab on.
to be drawn to her feet.
That's cool.
Spoopy.
Mm-hmm.
No. Hey.
Oh, is there something you wanted, Xanthi?
Just checking on you.
Oh,
Ready for your thoughts?
Maybe when we get back to the house?
Okay.
In the meantime, Marigold, I think, is gonna look over at Teddy and be like,
Teddy, can you talk to plants?
Talking to plants. I know that that's something that can be done. Let me look up what level Speak with Plants is.
It should be Speak with Animals is first level. I don't know
Speak
what
with Plants is like weirdly
Like,
higher
level
level
3?
than it's a third
Maybe.
level, so he doesn't have access to
You
it
have to
yet.
dig real deep to understand.
I unfortunately don't think that I've cracked that just yet. Zalira, my mentor, definitely could. It's something that I suppose as I work toward, I could eventually, but unfortunately not right now. I can, there's like something... Oh, it's the Druidcraft spell that I'm thinking of, which I didn't take because it's functionally useless. Except for now! Is there any particular plant that's bothering you?
There's no plant that's bothering me, but I'm really worried about Olive. Apparently she's having an identity crisis, and I don't know how to talk to her.
Could she perhaps be considered... I know that she is largely a plant. I can speak with animals.
Well, I guess we could
creatures
try
that are classified as beasts.
I think we should try that. I think that's part of the identity crisis, is that she doesn't know if she's a shrub or a duck, and technically she is both, and well, I just want to help her with this crisis.
Sure, I'm happy to do what I can.
I think Marigold, that you can tell Marigold's also worried because it's like, Olive didn't come to me about it. Like, am I a bad mom? Speaking of Zarius, I was listening back to the session where Marigold introduces Zarius to Olive, and he is such a plant dad. Oh my god. He talked to Olive, and in that from the beginning.
This is why...
You can introduce him to your fish.
Yeah. This is why the conservatives don't want you to play D&D, because you'll have to give your plant therapy for its identity crisis.
Left.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Woke agenda right here. Shrub with an identity crisis.
Names and pronouns.
Inky blue hair and pronouns.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I think when we get back to the house, Teddy's gonna see if he can track down Olive.
Marigold's gonna follow you. She wants to be there. She's so worried.
Yeah.
I have a couple different things he's gonna be telling her. I have a couple of different things that I can try, and we'll see what happens from there. He's gonna What has Olive, like, eaten? Like, when she was a shrub in a pot, what did you feed her? Just water?
Whatever is good for plant fertilizer.
Okay.
Dead
I
hand.
think that Teddy is gonna root around in one of the wheelbarrows. He's got his sleeves rolled up, and he's
Yeah.
just gonna, like, find, like, a really, like, wormy clump of, like, fertilized
Wonderful.
soil.
Yeah.
And he's gonna kind of sit down on the ground, and you know the thing like with cats where like if you act too interested they don't come over to you.
Yeah,
But you know, and so he's gonna kind of just like hold out the dirt and like sit in the dirt and the grass for a little while and hope that she comes over to investigate this wormy dirt.
Let's see. Is this wormy dirt interesting to her? No. She doesn't come over.
No.
She doesn't seem to be intrigued by the wormy dirt.
Okay. He's gonna flick it back into the puddle, and I think he's just gonna like squat and do like the pss, pss, pss thing, and I'd like to try an animal handling roll.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm at disadvantage still, but this is my highest skill.
Oh, I didn't even roll that animal handling at
Oh my
disadvantage.
God. Well,
I
it
guess
was
it doesn't
so
matter.
bad.
That was so bad. Then I said, you don't even need to roll disadvantage for this one.
Oh, one of them was a natural 20.
Damn.
The other one is still a 14, which is not terrible.
Okay.
It's not bad.
Yeah. With a 14, you're just like calling Olive over. And you see, she kind of waddles over, ruffling her leaves. And yeah, looks kind of interested in why you're calling her over. She kind of like traces around you and Marigold as you're kind of sitting there, and just seems intrigued in trying to see like what you want. Does the little like nudge thing at your elbow, like what is it? Give me something.
He'll kind of like like
You know when you scritch
like,
leaves
or whatever. And if there's any like, you know, deadheading flowers, like if there's any like spots that are like dry, crispy, crumbly leaves, he'll like preen her as he can. And he's going to cast Beast Bond on her.
Beast Bond. Okay, what
So
does
you
that
establish
do?
a telepathic link with one beast you touch that is friendly to you or charmed by you. The spell fails if the beast's intelligence is 4 or higher, and until the spell ends, which is 10 minutes of concentration, I can speak telepathically with her as long as we're in line of sight. She could understand my messages and can communicate simple emotions and concepts back to me. I don't know if she counts as a beast, so
Unfortunately,
I might just be wasting a spell
yeah.
slot.
Unfortunately, she does not count as a beast. However, she has an intelligence of 10, so she's aware of what you're trying to do. She has an intelligence of 10, a wisdom of 10, like.
No wonder she's having an identity crisis.
She's too woke.
She's too woke.
Very awakened.
When they said awakened shrub, they meant it.
Third
Yeah.
eye.
How many eyes, Meg? In that shrub? But yeah, no, you see that she kind of like settles down and sees that you're casting something, and when it doesn't work, she kind of like nudges you to let you know that it's not happening, whatever the spell is that you were trying to do. She is classified as a plant.
Okay.
Hence why none of the
she's
animal
gonna-
handling checks have worked. Well, yours did a
Yeah.
little bit, but
Plant handling. Oh, could I make a nature check?
a nature check might be better, yeah.
I'm good at nature, kind of.
The druid is kind of good at nature.
I know.
Well,
Like,
the challenge
can
is
I-
nature is an intelligence thing. You know?
Can I help Teddy?
Yeah, let's say Marigold's there with Teddy, so now you roll at just a straight roll.
See, I already rolled my disadvantage, and it was really good.
Your disadvantage was really good.
Yeah, I got an 18 and a 17.
We'll
for
say
a
it's
19.
yeah. We'll say it's because of Marigold
We'll say it's
helping
that.
out. Yeah.
Great.
That yeah, with that 19, the
19
two of you
nature.
are kind of having a moment that maybe hasn't been in a while. The two of you coming together to try to help out Olive. And in this moment, I think this is probably when it really clicks for both of you that Olive is very intelligent, and she's like a border collie. She might need a job. She feels very much like
understimulated.
She's very understimulated, and she doesn't know what to do with her time as a plant. And so you're like, yeah, you need to give her a purpose in life.
Well, I know exactly the purposes that she can have. Yeah, Marigold is going to suggest eating bugs and being a guard shrub.
A guard shrub.
Oh, but then what if she gets into danger and she like gives?
She could be an alert shrub.
Yes,
An alert shrub.
She can keep an eye out, and if there's any trouble, then she can alert us to the danger and eat all of the pests in the garden. She's so smart. I bet we could teach her which bugs are the pests and which ones are good and which ones she should not go after.
She does seem to understand a lot. And even if we teach her the bugs, I mean, maybe having some, have you ever, pet dogs, they love to play with sticks and balls and such. So perhaps something to enrich her, let her play with, might be something that she would enjoy as well. Help her to get a little more stimulation.
Marigold gets the sunbeam compass out.
I was just thinking, I should have gotten that glow. the ring glow.
Oh, yeah.
And she's going to put it in front of Olive.
Yeah, you see that Olive, so the sunbeam compass points to the direction of where the sun would be. There's currently no sun because it's like evening time, but it's got a dull glow, and you see she's very interested in like closing her mouth over it and like moving it to see where the light moves, and then opening her mouth and then moving it back, like a little searchlight in the night. And yeah, she seems to really enjoy that. And as the two of you are kind of talking to Olive and to each other, you realize that she is picking up on words because she can understand Common. So she can't talk. she can't talk, but she can understand Common. So
next level up, I will take Speak of Plants. I'll prepare it someday, and I'll be able to. You guys can chat with each other. I'll be your translator.
There you go.
Well, I actually kind of wanted to try something. I don't know if this will work, but when Marigold realizes that Olive can like understand Common, but like obviously can't talk because she's a shrub, I want to try casting Detect Thoughts on Olive. And it says for the duration you can read the thoughts of certain creatures. That's the term, creatures. So I don't know.
I love D&D because I get to look up, are plants creatures?
Oh, no, not plants, awakened shrubs.
Yes, but she's considered a plant as her classification. I guess I should put D&D because, yes, plants are creatures according to the real world.
On D&D Beyond, they have the tag miscellaneous creature.
Yeah, plant creatures are plant creatures are plants that are creatures. Trees are just plants. I hate Reddit sometimes. Okay. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna say that you get a very tenuous connection. It feels kind of like looking through like muddy water for a little pebble at the bottom, and you can hear her just kind of in the way like a parrot would mimic speech. You hear your voice saying like compass, and as she's moving the compass back and forth, and then hear Teddy as voice of like bugs, and so she is smart, but she is not, she's not writing a dissertation or anything right now with her language. Not right now. Now that you know that she understands Common, you can talk to her more. And then as you're hearing, kind of listening and everything, you start to hear quite a few words that are in Xerius's voice, as he has been the one who has talked to her quite a lot in the evenings. So
I think Marigold's first thought is like, oh, that's so cute. Ah. And then the next thought is like, oh my gosh, I should talk to Olive more. I'm such a terrible mother.
Classic. There.
And Teddy probably sees this like range of emotion all over her face. And then she like kind of like gets down, like, so she's close to Olive and is like, Olive, I'm gonna talk to you more. And we're gonna teach you the good bugs and the bad bugs.
Yeah, you see that Olive does like a little shake, and seems excited to have a purpose and also to be talked to like they understand, because they do, and it sucks when people don't talk to you like you can understand things.
Well, I think just gonna turn to Teddy. I think we'll have to share this information with the group.
I would agree. Thank you for working with us, Olive. He's gonna kind of like ruffle her leafy head.
You get a nice little quack. Sounds like it's still a duck.
And I think, oh my god, idea. I think we should come up with some way for Olive to communicate with us.
Oh my gosh,
You get buttons. You get fucking buttons.
Oh my god, yeah.
So that way, if she needs something, you know.
I can't wait to leave a cryptic fucking message in 10 sessions with Olive. The stars are gone.
She's a guard. She's very observant.
Yeah.
And
Look,
you know,
if you
she's
give her
rebel.
if you give her the ability to speak, you better be ready for what she's gonna say.
I am always ready to hear what Olive has to say.
New project. There you go. Project round 3.
Marigold's gonna go back to the house. Hopefully Teddy is tagging along so he can wrangle the other two about this very important development.
Wrangle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'd say Xanthi is reading. Not hard to find Xanthi. She's on the couch reading her book. And yeah, you're able to let them all know about this development that you've discovered, that there's that Olive can understand you, and you all should be talking to her, grow her vocabulary.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think this whole time has been like alternating at like the poolside, in the poolside house, between meditating and punching and meditating and punching. Gotta work both.
Mhm.
Still not sure how to like tap into the right part, but we're doing stuff.
Yeah.
We're trying.
You're working out. You're like, it works for Lialia. It's got to work for me. If it works for my lieutenant, yeah. If it works for my lieutenant, it works for me.
If it's good enough for her. Yeah. So yeah, easily wrangled.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well,
I have something very exciting to announce. Olive is a very, very intelligent shrub, and she can understand what we're saying already.
Oh.
Oh.
I'm so proud of her. She's so accomplished.
Is that unusual for plants?
Well, I don't, in my experience, I've never had a plant do this, but then again, not every plant is as special as Olive, and came from a magic pot, so probably has something to do with that. But we've given her jobs in the garden to get all of the bad pests and to help take care of all the good ones, and she's going to be our alarm shrub and let us know when something bad is happening, and I was thinking we could find some way to communicate, or let her communicate with us if she needs anything.
Well, yeah, she can understand common. Can she write common?
No, because she is a shrub.
Well, you're saying she's intelligent. I'm just wondering. I don't want to underestimate her intelligence like I did before. I would hate to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, what are your thoughts then for how?
Well, I haven't gotten that far yet because I just had this idea, so we can brainstorm as a group or work on it later.
I feel like this is the most like keyed into something Marigold has been like this entire rest period.
Aww.
And I guess like also the most social she's been.
Well, we can think on it for sure.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Help you figure it out. Yeah, that's really cool. Pretty cool.
She's a very sweet shrub. I mean, we all knew, but
Mm-hmm.
I've never met a shrub sweeter. I've really met a shrub, formally.
That's true. Olive did get quite the formal introduction to everyone when she woke up.
Yeah. I always thought it was pretty cool whenever my brother learned about talking to plants. And now we have a plant who can understand us. That's really cool.
Oh,
I don't know how much longer we're planning on going, but and this can be something we do today, or it's something that we can do next time we play. Today is Moon Day on the 8th, is that right? Or is it Tuesday?
I think we said it was Moon Day because we were talking about. I basically just gave you a date to walk back from class and start talking.
Right.
So yeah, we're
Okay,
continuing with that.
Cool. I think that, then again, we can do this next time. Teddy wants to go to the Tipsy Goat Tavern today or tomorrow and talk to Jaden about commitment night.
About how he's going with his friends?
Well, that's the big question, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, again, if we want to get to that next time, let me know, and I can have it all planned out. But if we're also going to be going for a little bit, then we'll probably do whatever works.
Yeah, we might. I definitely want to finish out the long rests, but perhaps beating you to it. You get a message. Well, whoever's got the tablet gets a message. From Jaden asking if you all are around to come hang out at the Tipsy Goat Tavern on the 9th to have a drink and catch up because it's been a little bit, and that will essentially be this is in game. We're going to let people do any asking and or anything for commitment night next session, but finish out some of the like other long rest activities. But definitely there will be time to be a bunch of awkward teens and go try to find a date to
Awkward
to a
teen
ball.
at 22.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Look at me, I'm a 25-year-old.
Well, Xanthi could be an awkward teen.
Mhm.
Yeah, for a couple
like
more
another-
days.
Yeah.
10 days or
Mhm.
something, yeah.
For another
Yeah.
week.
Another week.
But yeah,
Soak it all
there'll
in,
definitely
girl.
be time to continue with all the preparations for commitment night. Let's see, we'll have a few more downtime. But yeah, you'll make plans, probably saying yes to going to get drinks at Tipsy Goat Tavern. It's been a little while, and then anything else is you all get ready to head to bed. You don't have class tomorrow, so that's nice. I think some of you might have some armor to pick up by this time, or perhaps maybe the following day. And I know Xanthi is still reading her books, so any kind of final things that you all want to do during this downtime?
You said that this downtime is until the 10th, right?
I think the 9th, the final like evening is the 9th. So yeah.
Oh, okay. So earlier you said 8th, 9th, and 10th. So I will change that. Nope. Last thing I would do is on the 11th. So I'm good.
Oh, so yeah, maybe it goes into, let's see.
I don't
think
know
it does.
timing, but I just have 2 things that I need to do.
Yeah.
One, I need to go ask Yenros to teach me how to lockpick.
Mm-hmm.
And then I wanted to go just, kicks it up just like that. She's a natural. And then probably on, like, I guess the next day from when we're off, like tomorrow, then she'll want to try to go visit the Mart Society campus.
Ooh, okay.
Mm.
Yeah, we'll say that you are able to get lockpicking lessons from Yenros. He finds it extremely enchanting that the cleric is the one with lockpicks in the party. But
In this economy, you know?
And yeah, Xanthi, do you invite anyone along, or are you kind of going by yourself, going rogue?
She just, like, probably doesn't even, like, explain what she's doing. She just goes into the kitchen. She starts making, like, essentially a picnic. And then she just kind of, like, shouts, like, I'm headed out! And just leaves.
Nice.
Just takes off by herself.
Girl
Yeah.
boss.
Yeah, you head back to the Marat Society campus. Kind of the closest you got before really was Society's provisions, the kind of magic shop attached to the Marat Society. They do have a bit of a walled portcullis kind of situation around the campus. And so yeah, what's Xanthi getting up to?
Well, she, she just tries to, like, project confidence, and, like, you see her, like, she probably, like, stops for a second and, like, has to take a second, and then she, like, shakes herself off and, like, tries to exude a lot of confidence as she, like, heads up to, the entrance to the campus, which I am assuming is gated and guarded.
Yep, it certainly is.
Yep. So she just puts on a smile and just looks for who might be, if there's anyone kind of posted here, any kind of like a little like intercom, any kind of like a visitor center.
Yeah, you see that there seems to be kind of two individuals. Again, it's very interesting to see like mages as guards. They don't have weapons on them. They're just kind of like standing there in the kind of red double-breasted jacket, or dark red double-breasted jacket. Jesus. It's been a day. And dark pants. That is common for the Marat Society of Old Haven. And you see that as you approach, one kind of goes, "Oh, hello, can I help you? Is there something you're looking for?"
Oh, someone, actually. I'm here to take my brother to lunch. I wondered if you might let him know that his sister's here. Erwin? Elamir?
Oh, you see the kind of other guard, the two of them, like, look back and forth to each other, and Xanthi doesn't look a ton like Erwin. There is a slight seasonal difference between the two of them, but there's some family resemblance. And you see that there's kind of like some glances, and the one you were first talking to is like, right, no, yeah, I will go see if he's available.
Would you? I know he's really busy, and, well, if you know him at all, you probably know what he's like, but would you just let him know that, I'm here to take him to lunch, and I won't take no for an answer.
Yes. You see, he leaves. Does not seem to be enjoying this station right now on guard duty. And yeah, Xanthi, you're standing there, like 5 minutes go by, 10, 15. The individual that left has not come back yet, and you see that the other guard starts to be like, where did he go? Getting a little nervous. And finally, about 35 minutes later, you see this young kind of society mage, extremely red, looking extremely embarrassed, kind of like walking fast, head down, is followed behind by your brother. You see that Erwin is kind of walking swiftly. You see he's still in his similar, the same uniform of the Marat Society, with a honestly quite impressive scowl on his face, as you see from the distance. Until you see that he kind of makes eye contact with you, Xanthi, and it seems to lighten a little bit. Still the kind of icy cold demeanor of your frost mage brother. But as he approaches, you see everyone goes, Xanthi, I didn't know that we were planning a lunch today. I would have had it blocked off on my calendar had I known.
Right. Well, Winnie, if I had waited on you, I would still be waiting. So I decided to take matters into my own hands. She holds up the little picnic basket.
Yes, I see. Well, this is like a Tuesday, isn't it? It's like the middle of a work week. He's like, well, I mean, I have maybe 20 minutes. We could eat quick, perhaps.
Right. Well, okay. You see, she, like, is trying not to be deflated.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, well, I guess so. I mean, you have to eat. They let you eat, right?
They do. I just, sometimes I forget. Busy and all.
She glances to the other two as if to verify whether
or or not he eats. Yeah. But finally, he's like, all right, well, come on in. We'll eat within the main courtyard. And yeah, you kind of, as you pass through the inner walls of the Marot Society, you can definitely feel that there are heavy wards that are placed around this campus. It almost feels like someone put a weighted blanket over you. Not necessarily uncomfortable, but as someone who is in tune with the magic, you know that there are a lot of things woven into the walls, ground, area like around the campus to ensure that it stays protected and well, you're not sure what else it really does. But yeah, otherwise you see it's a pretty similar. A lot of the red kind of, or not similar to the rest of Old Haven, which is that white stone. This is more like kind of red brick. You see dark kind of metal roofing, looking a bit definitely added on to Old Haven. Wasn't here with some of the original architecture, but a nice enough kind of courtyard area. The late spring weather is pretty warm, and you're able to have a pretty nice lunch with your packed lunch. You see that after a little bit, Erwin starts to kind of defrost, so to speak, and he is a bit more engaging in conversation, but does always seem to be distracted. And give me an insight check.
Come on. I have. Oh, no. Only a 7, but okay, hold on. I get, I think it's just +6.
Just +6?
Just +6.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, +6.
So 13.
13.
Yeah, with a 13, you can tell Erwin is distracted, and maybe a little bit like unsure in the conversation as you two are talking, and you realize it has been a long time since you and Erwin just chatted. He's been gone for many years, and even visiting home wasn't very often and wasn't for very long. And you're feeling like even with the connection you two have to magic, there is a pretty big divide in kind of the way you two have approached it. And it's leaving it's leaving a little bit of an uncertainty with interactions.
So, I mean, I know you're really busy, but, I mean, we could maybe make some more lunch plans or something?
Yes, I think that I would be able to work with that. I know there's been quite a lot happening lately along the free cities, and it's left us well working a lot longer than we normally do. But well, I know your birthday's coming up soon. Do you have plans? I would like to attend if you're doing having a party or something.
Well, yeah, it's on the solstice, and I don't know what you all do here. I mean, back home it was just kind of one big thing, like lumped in with the solstice, but, yeah. We'll do some sort of a party. What do they do here in Old Haven for the solstice?
Oh, I think there's a lot of parties, and I think people go out drinking. Really, often working, so that's really what I've been doing. The solstice are always volatile with the planar merges, so inevitably something happens and catches our attention, but...
Right. Well, of course, yeah, we can do something. And of course, you're invited.
Great.
I can send you details to your tablet.
Yeah, perfect. That sounds great. You see, he kind of
looks around.
He's also looking around, like eating some bread and like.
She's more like, oh, I can't. I don't know if I should say half of the things that I want to talk about.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is necessarily the space to discuss. She'll think she's going to be very, very subtle and vague
good.
about
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
And she'll be like, I've been doing a lot of reading, and there's a lot of things that, were really fascinating. And I naturally thought of you, and wanted to talk to you about them, but I don't know that, here would be a good place.
As you go to finish that sentence, Erwin kind of reaches for a bottle of water juice that you've brought with you and knocks it over and goes oh, I'm so sorry, and starts cleaning up, very clearly trying to cut you off from the end of whatever sentence you were trying to say, and kind of starts to pat pick up the bottle and be oh no, sorry, I just must be a little tired from all of my research, but yes, perhaps we can talk about anything around your birthday.
Okay. Yeah, she looks a little concerned, and she's now kind of trying to very subtly side eye look around her.
Good, yeah. Go ahead, give me a perception check. We'll see what you can see.
Yes! Oh, that's so good. That's a 16. And I think perception is it is perception. Yeah. Plus, so what was that? Yeah, plus 6. So
16 plus 6, so 24. No, 22. 22. Yeah, you're looking around.
Creepy mages looking? Cameras? What the hell's around here?
Yeah, and you're looking and you're oh, well, trying to be sneaky about it. And with a 22, you're okay, well, I don't see any cameras. There are obviously other mages walking around, so maybe it's that. And then you catch a very distinctive shape, which is a shrub that doesn't look completely rooted into the ground. And you recall learning that while they might not be able to speak, they can definitely listen, and they might have some alert shrubs who are listening for some things that could be said on this campus.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, anyway, yep.
Well,
Sorry, I'm probably boring you with all this talk of poetry. Mm-hmm.
he kind of gives you a slight glance. It's like, poetry? Really? That's what you're going to go with in this moment? And then it's like, well, no, I'm really glad that you brought this lunch. It was great. It was nice to get outside, and I'm looking forward to your party. So, honestly, that is probably the next moment I might have a free time. It is approaching quite quickly, and wow, the year's really flying. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we all worry about you, Mom and everybody. You're working so hard, and
I mean, but it's good to work hard at things you're passionate about. So I'm doing well.
Okay, you say so. Okay. Well, are you still doing that the interim thing?
Oh, yes, still the interim deputy. Apparently they have not found a replacement yet, but also apparently I am. And he glances directly at the shrub that you have spotted as a fake shrub, and is like, apparently I am, well, competent enough for the job now, not competent enough to be fully hired. So, here we remain.
That seems ridiculous.
Some would say, yes, some would indeed say that. Well.
Wow.
But it has been nice seeing you, and I do unfortunately have several meetings to prepare for this afternoon, so.
Right. Well, I guess I'll let you get to it, but I'll send you the message about my birthday, and right, just remember, I know where you work, so I'm not afraid to surprise you with more picnics if, you are a stranger, so.
All right, sounds good, Cynthia.
Okay.
And he kind of helps you pack up your little picnic and kind of walks you back towards the gate that you came in.
If those two guards are still there, I feel like she wants to apologize. Just be like,
yeah.
By the way, so sorry if, I put you through any trouble.
Yeah, you see that the one guard, human, kind of probably around your age, so probably really young within the society, kind of messy brown hair, is like, oh, no, it's fine. It's fine. That happens, it's all right.
Right. Well, his bark is worse than his bite anyway.
Yeah. Okay. No.
I guess maybe that just depends, actually. But, she'll pull out some of the, cookies that were in there that weren't eaten.
Yeah.
And she'll, pass one to each as, a thank you.
Yeah, they, eat the cookies. They're like, we can't eat the cookies on duty, but we're gonna. Yeah.
Yeah. So that was really creepy. She'll immediately, as soon as she walks away, start talking to her goddess.
Mm-hmm.
Just be like, so that was weird, right? Super creepy. Security shrubs. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Definitely adds to my theories that there's some.
Your theory is that there's just something wrong going on everywhere?
Yes.
Okay, good.
That
That one
theory.
right there, yeah. Perfect. But yeah, we'll say Xanthi kind of makes her way back in the middle of the afternoon as everyone's doing whatever they do on their rest day. At this point, honestly, I think probably Hayes and Teddy, we'll say both of you have gotten you did a shopping trip, retrieved all of your items, so you can have your new splint mail, +1 leather armor, all those goodies. Yeah. Any final things before we kind of bring it to the conclusion of the last exhaustion cycle?
Yeah, I have two final things. So first, Marigold is gonna go over to see Zarius again, and to like tell him everything she's learned about Olive, and like thank him for talking to her so much, and like letting her know that Olive was trying to communicate something, and telling him about how that they're gonna have her be the alert shrub, and help in the garden, and that she could use some toys.
Very nice. Yeah, you see that Zarius does seem happy to know that there was something she was trying to say. We just couldn't hear it. It's like you're trying to tell me something. But yeah, you now have new plans for your shrub. And if Xanthi comes back and lets you all know, apparently shrubs are actually it's now world lore. They're like Malinois, so you gotta get them fucking duty, or they lose their mind. They gotta have a purpose.
Silent shrubs.
Fine and cute whenever we do it, but whenever the Mars Society does it, it's weird and
Yes.
creepy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's 100%.
I think before Marigold leaves Zarius, she's gonna thank him for being such a good friend to Olive.
Aw, cute. Yes. Yeah.
And then when she gets back to the house, I guess, is everyone home now?
I'd say by this time everyone's gathering back. It's approaching dinner time, so everyone's getting ready for whatever the evening brings.
Marigold very intentionally sits them all down for a family dinner.
Beautiful. Family style dinner.
And after taking a few bites of whatever it is that she's cooked, she's gonna say, well, we haven't really talked about this. We haven't really talked about what happened at the Jhalavar mansion. And then she looks at Hayes. I know you all saw that Nendra wasn't there when the darkness went away. And I don't know if she was dead or not. I'm sorry, I couldn't tell.
I mean, she was pretty wounded, right? And then
I imagine that under circumstances where Nendra was someone else, then she probably would have died. But she disappeared, so there was really no way to confirm.
did what you could.
I think Marigold looks a bit uncomfortable because she's like, I don't really know what the right thing was to do in this scenario. because the brief was that we would kill her, but Teddy doesn't like it when we kill people, and I'm trying to rebuild trust with him, and I don't want him to get mad at me for insinuating that I could have dealt a killing blow to
Does Teddy not like
Lady
it whenever
Andra.
you kill people, or does he not like it whenever he's tricked into assisting killing people without knowing?
I mean, I think it's both.
Both.
Marigold, it's both. Yeah. Yeah, no, when she apologized, she very clearly referenced that, like, Teddy was very uncomfortable when he accidentally killed the shifter.
Mm-hmm.
These are things that they've talked about.
I think if there wasn't a body, I mean, the magic that I've seen you do before, sometimes there's not a body, there's just a puddle of goo. But regardless, there's no evidence of them being left behind, so I don't think it's unreasonable to assume that something happened and they got away, at least for now. It does make me think that that might not be the last that we see of Yin. And based on their notes, I mean, I don't know if they're... Obviously, they're not who we thought they were out the gate. They're a doppelganger. They've been impersonating somebody else for a long time, but even beyond that, there is definitely more to it than we know.
I mean, if she can control time, it's definitely not the last time that we'll see her. I imagine that there might be times in her past that are still in our future.
It sounded like she was determined that she was going to come back to a different time to find the tablet or the information from the tablet. I don't even know how that'll work. This is all very confusing.
Mm-hmm.
But I would assume we have not finished the job, so to speak. Sorry, Hayes. I know what that would have meant for you, but
No, it's fine, because if they got away, then I'm glad that wasn't the last time we're gonna see them.
I mean, it seems if someone can move through time, control time, I don't even know. That kind of magic that she was doing.
Well, it sounds like whatever it was some kind of sorcery.
Have I ever come across anything that was like using blood, like in magic like that? I mean, there are some spells that I know of where it's like a drop of blood, but like what she was doing, have I ever heard or read any references to anything like that before?
Give me a Arcana check. Aren't you so happy you took Arcana?
We're gonna really
You're gonna use it.
use this for all it's worth. Oh, that's not great. That's an 8 plus 6.
Do you have savvies?
14. I don't know if I do or not. Hold on. 14 plus... Where is our thing? Google Docs. It's in the,
BPG communal pool. Oh yeah, it's in the folder.
Communal pool. Savvy points. That can't be right. It says I have 3, but surely I do not have 3.
I mean, I can't remember you using one recently, so you roll well because you always roll your things you're really good at. So you get to add like a billion pluses to it.
Okay. So what is a savvy? It's
A D6.
D6. We're gonna do it. We're gonna just come on, D6. Come on. Okay. That's 3 for a total of 17.
17. With a 17, and kind of your arcane knowledge, a few things. One, you pull back to that book you read about control and force, and the idea that that full elves, those with long life kind of ahead of them, there's not just the time potential, but something more innate about their ability to use magic. And then at this point, we're going to jump ahead to the book that you've been reading, because it feels appropriate. And The Science of Potentiality in the Arcane. It's a hefty read. This is like picking up a physics textbook, because this is more of a workbook than really a novel. It talks about a type of magical schooling which is heavily inspired by science. And as you're piecing this together, it states that potentiality is based on the ability of an outside influence to affect change. This form can include the forces of gravity, passing and measuring time, and the concept of fate. In other words, the driving element behind this magic is the manipulation of stored potential. And that stored potential doesn't necessarily have to be in a object, or in other words, some might say, people are objects. So.
The Ninth School of Magic. There it is. But I guess she's old, but she's not that old. But I guess
But it doesn't seem like to me that it's something that she learned like a wizard.
No. It doesn't. But sorcerers can do some of the magic is, I guess, different source, but I mean the magic is the same. Does that make sense? Like,
Mm-hmm.
you know, like a wizard could study and learn to cast some of the things that you can. So, but this was supposed to have been lost or buried. I mean, it seems very powerful and dangerous.
Is that something that can still be learned?
I mean, if for someone who wasn't presumably born with that ability, potentially, but you'd have to have materials and, well, any that are out there are probably, I don't know, lost, you'd have to unearth them somewhere, or the Marut Society has them. They would
What
shit
about-
themselves if they knew. Can you imagine? They would absolutely hate that anyone was able to do that. So I wonder how they've been able to, Yin has been able to subtly, like, fly under the radar. Well, I wonder what the Marut Society is thinking about that house, with traces of clearly what kind of forces were at work there. I wonder how much is still known, and, like, how much is, I mean, hidden? Highly regulated, of course, but... You know, I went to see Erwin, and there was, like, shrubs that were listening to our conversation. Like Olive, like awakened shrubs. They were using as, like, spies on their own people. It was
Olive
really
would be
creepy.
a great spy shrub.
Yeah. Maybe something to
Hold
add
the
to,
takeaway.
Yeah.
add to Olive's
Repertoire,
list.
yeah. Add it to her resume.
But,
Oh,
like,
she would be so good at it.
yeah. But, interesting.
Xanthi, do you think we need to worry about your goddess being reclaimed and that information being learned again? Do we think there's a correlation between that? Obviously, I trust you and I trust your judgment with everything, but...
I mean... I don't know. I mean, I don't think so. I mean, any magic can be dangerous. I mean... It's... in the wrong hands, you know? Well, Yin is clearly the wrong hands.
I think Marigold looks conflicted when you say that.
I don't know. It's fascinating. I wonder who knows what. Like, if the Marut Society still knows? I mean, they must. I mean, if I can find it, they can surely. With their resources, they surely know. And they just have deemed it... like so many things, they have deemed it unfit for the public to know. Well,
But what is it that makes Yin's hands the wrong ones?
well, one of my favorite authors, Elandra, said that the price of power is responsibility for the greater good. So, or the public good. That's how it went. So I just think that if you're using it to hurt people and to achieve, selfish ends through and causing harm to people as collateral damage, then that's wrong.
But do we know that her ends are selfish?
Well,
She's investigating the same things that we are. I mean, Teddy has the Aeneas dreams, and we've all noticed the additional star in the sky.
But we haven't sent people to assassinate anyone else in their beds.
No, we've been the ones assassinated.
I don't know what it was that Yin was saying to you that's resonating so deeply, Marigold. But Yin was killing and impersonating people. I feel that regardless of how you spin that, that's a morally objectionable thing that was happening. If nothing else, I just... They may have been investigating similar things, it's true, but do we know to what end? No. But we know that they cared enough about it to try and kill a couple of volunteers while they were sleeping. Zarius, who is completely uninvolved.
The scholars.
I mean, you can't really consider your objective just if you are ruining lives, ending lives to achieve it. I don't know why she was researching those things. Maybe she was doing it to stop something terrible, and she just thought that it's worth whatever cost. Maybe she, I don't know, wants to assist it and ensure that the world burns. I don't know. But I mean, it didn't feel right what was going on. I mean, I don't know, when someone's more willing to just trample everyone that gets in their way, that just doesn't inspire much confidence, you know?
That makes sense. But I still feel like there's information that we could gain from her.
Well, she didn't seem to be in a particularly chatty mood, now did she?
Not this time.
I don't trust her. I think she would be willing to do or say anything to achieve what she wants. And if that is manipulating someone, well, I don't think that would bother her one bit. I think you should be very cautious about what you choose to believe.
Marigold pauses for a second.
and then says, I think I know where my sister is, and I think Nendra is figuring out how to get there. Not for her, but for her own reason.
What do you mean?
Well, when I got rid of the device, I saw my sister in the water. And she told me that she was somewhere else and that if I got stronger, then I could save her this time.
Marigold looks like really uncomfortable kind of as she's like talking about this. We're all sitting at the dinner table, so you can't see. She's like rubbing her leg again.
And Nendra has... The way that she spoke, it sounded like she is also trying to help someone that's stuck in the same place that Ida is.
Did she just want you to believe that?
No, because how would she know that I talked to Ida in the middle of the ocean? She said the same things, like she heard it from someone else.
How could you have spoken to Ida in the middle of the ocean, Marigold?
I don't know. It was like some kind of projection. I couldn't touch her. And she could speak underwater, which was strange. But I've heard her voice since then, too, in my head. I know that she's around.
I would like to make an insight check against just everybody at the table. I can do individual rolls, or I can do like one collective group one. What would be best for that, Lucas?
I thought you were gonna be like, I want to insight check the fucking shadows in the room. I guess, is anyone hiding their feelings on their face? Is anyone hiding what their face looks like right now?
No.
Yes, Hayes? Okay, Xanthi?
From a while back.
Okay. And Xanthi?
Still kind of deliberate.
No.
Okay, so then the only one, Meg, you're really rolling against is going to be Hayes. Because if no one else is hiding their thoughts, you're a perceptive lad. Insightful, too.
Rooney and Bestie?
Yeah.
I will perceive. Oh, sorry. Her insight is the one that
Insight,
I'm rolling
yep.
for. At disadvantage still. Only a 9.
Okay, cool. I got a 16.
A 16. So yeah, Hayes is looking a little stoic, unable to exactly tell what's going on with Hayes. But everyone else, you, because you'd be able to tell what's on their faces. So if the other two want to say.
Actually, there is something that Marigold is hiding.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry.
Wow.
I'm sorry. No, I remembered. Because it's related to stuff that happened a little earlier in the conversation that she's probably still thinking about. I have to roll
Olive.
disadvantage.
Yeah, the two of you rolled disadvantage against each other.
Oh, I rolled pretty good on my...
Yeah,
my
Teddy got a
disadvantage
9,
roll.
so...
Mm-hmm.
I got an 18.
Whoa.
Yeah, well, someone's a
Why
little...
is your deception so high,
Because...
huh?
I'm not proficient in it.
So I guess what's on Xanthi's face?
I mean, mean, she looks like slightly troubled, but also like she seems like she has an almost like sympathetic look on her face. Like she's like trying to figure out how to say something gently.
Yeah, that's fair. So yeah, Teddy, you can't tell the two stoic ones, but you can tell.
Well, I wouldn't say that Marigold's stoic. I think
fair.
Teddy can see that she's everything that they're talking about right now. She's like very genuine about, like with all the stuff that bringing up Ida and everything. But everything that she was talking about, like the conversation with like Yin and Yin's magic and like where that came from and all that other stuff. Teddy can't tell that she's hiding something about that.
All right. Yeah.
Marigold, maybe it was Ida, but can you be 100% sure, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that it was, and it wasn't an illusion? Wasn't
An illusion by who? If it wasn't Ida, then what could it be?
I don't want to be negative, okay? I don't. But Yin was saying some troubling things, right? About, there's all this stuff about the Forsaken. I don't know. I just feel like there are dark forces at work, you know? And I just know that sometimes we want something really badly, and that leaves us vulnerable to people or things that want to use it against us. No, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it could be. I'm just saying we don't know. So, and I know you want to find your sister, but we don't necessarily need Yin for that.
I mean, we don't. I'm not saying that we take the same side as Yin. I'm saying that I think she has information that if we got a hold of, could be very useful. Even more information than we found at the table.
True, I suppose. The only thing is, she doesn't strike me as someone who wants to be very forthcoming. And I doubt our ends align. So why would she tell us anything truthfully? How could we believe anything that she says? Deception is her bread and butter, right? I mean, that's what she lives and breathes. How could we be sure if she told us something that we wouldn't just be falling into a trap? That's just my concern. Believe me, I want answers. I just think that, you know, I'm confident that we can get them. There have to be other ways to find out what you want to find out.
Maybe. It seems like she knows a lot of things.
Xanthi's kind of looking around at the others now, trying to, like, also gauge the mood. Like, it's been a little quiet.
Are you, like, insight checking?
Oh, sure, I will. I'll insight check, sure. Yeah. If you guys are,
The most awkward family dinner currently happening. Someone's like, can you pass the butter in between this conversation?
Natural 1.
Ooh, Teddy. What?
rolled a 12.
Well, great, because the two of them they might as well write it out on their foreheads, whatever's going on.
We were texting. IRL.
Wow. What's on y'all's faces?
I'm imagining it's, if we're sitting at our dining table, Teddy, I think, is sitting by Hayes. And Xanthi, I think you see, like, Teddy reaching under the table, like, toward Hayes' mirror. Because for all Teddy knows, we were fighting Yin. She disappeared in a cloud of darkness, and then the darkness dropped, and they were gone. He hasn't seen Marigold do any magic in the last 2 weeks, except for supposedly a detect thoughts. And now she's here, like, oh, like, maybe, And so, like, I think there's a part of himself that's like, you're, like, just being paranoid. Obviously, Yin wouldn't care about Olive the way that Marigold does.
Yeah.
But I think that, like, there's a part of him that is just, like, so, like, I'm just baffled and bewildered that he cannot, like, really wrap his mind around it and just is, like, needing some kind of, like, confirmation.
Is he going to, like, take it out of their pocket? Or, like,
No, I think he's just gonna kind of, like, poke it, like, wherever he knows that they keep it.
Signal.
Mm-hmm.
Do the thing.
Yeah. And I think, Xanthi, you, with their two failed, they are not sly. It's like two kids passing notes in class. And as you look over, you can definitely tell that, like, Teddy is, like, trying to gesture to Hayes for the, like, new pouch that Hayes just picked up that holds the mirror. And yeah.
Xanthi's eyes just, like, probably just, like, widen a little bit, and then she's like, get it under control, and, like, forcibly tries to relax her face. Grabs another roll.
Oh my god.
I think he kind of clocks, like, the Xanthi thing and, like, also kind of, like, the get it under control. I think he's gonna say, well, I feel like we've kind of exhausted this avenue of conversation for now, if you'll excuse me. He's gonna get up and he's gonna go out to the garden.
Doesn't do the mirror thing?
Not now.
Gonna get you in your sleep.
It's not his mirror.
Oh, I see.
What if I slip it to you?
Hayes, it's your mirror. If you two were
That's
conspiring,
true.
you could do it. You're supposedly the only shapeshifter in this room right now.
Supposedly. Yeah, I think part of, like, the Nat 1 thing is, like, trying to, like, communicate with, like, eyes. Also maybe, like, slipped out a whisper of, like, a poop. And then kind of, like, fumbles it over. So there's obviously, like, a reaching and then a reaching will pass.
Sorry, Tate. I promise I love Marigold. Teddy's just scarred.
Teddy is still mad at her. I'm like, this conversation is just making things worse, and there's literally nothing I can do about it.
To be fair, there is
Just,
something
like-
there is something that could make it better, and it's proving that you're not a shapeshifter.
I don't even know. I'm under suspicion of
That's-
being a
that's
shapeshifter.
fair.
It's you. There's a witch hunt going on.
There
in this
is a
house.
witch hunt.
And as someone who's very witchy, I
The
feel
hunt's
this
on.
is disrespectful
Yeah.
against Marigold.
Fair enough.
I'm being profiled.
I will not argue against that.
I did message Tate and I was like, God damn, that would have been amazing.
Yeah.
I would have peed my pants.
We've been hanging out and chilling during downtime with Yin.
Yeah.
The
Who
betrayal.
maybe needed to recover too after all this craziness. But no. Yeah, Teddy, do you get up and leave? As we bring it back to the conversation, Hayes, are you peeking in the mirror? Or even just be like, Marigold, look in this mirror. You know what this is about. Technically, a shapeshifter probably wouldn't.
Yeah, I think that Hayes would have like part of like the not one being like Hayes passing the mirror to Teddy, whether or not he like gives it back or takes it.
I think he would have set it on the table before he left. It's a dramatic.
Wow, such a theater kid. But yeah, so
Snatch that back.
Will look confused and be like, "Why does Teddy have your mirror?"
Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed.
Hayes like searches for a good answer, but doesn't come up with one.
That's fine, because I'm gonna subtle spell detect thoughts.
no.
Oh man.
Oh boy. Is this like a save?
All right, let me.
It's
let me
not
pull
a
up the stuff for
it's
the
not
spell.
a save for surface
it's
level.
not.
It's only if you choose to dig deeper based on what you find. So,
Yeah.
what are Hayes's surface level thoughts? I mean, I do think out of character we chatted about them, but what would Marigold find out in character?
That can't let them find out that it's actually not Hayes.
No, shut up.
You shut up. No. There's a few different thoughts circling right now. I don't know if there's.
Surface level, very surface
Yeah,
level.
I'm trying to like figure out what is surface level. Yeah, there's. I guess what was described. I don't think Hayes like quite believes it, but it's just like a, you know. I guess more like to. Yeah, I think you get like what the point of that was for, but that it was more for like Teddy and not quite for Hayes, because.
Wait, can you say that again? Sorry.
I don't have like actual word thoughts, but like you probably get like it like comes across like the thoughts about what the mirror like was for, but that it was more for like Teddy's ease of mind, and not like Hayes's.
Okay.
And yeah,
I think Marigold looks hurt. I'm trying to think if she has any words for Hayes or anyone else right now, like what, like putting her thoughts into words. Because I was not expecting this.
You were expecting to cast detect thoughts here?
I've been waiting, not because I specifically want to like snoop on like the group, but I've just like detect thoughts, subtle spell combo. I've just been waiting to use that.
And now look at you.
Now look at me. Now look at me.
Get everything that you
What
wanted.
happened to Big?
No, I wanted my friends to not hate me.
Maybe you should say that, Tate.
You, the person that we love.
Tate Marigold, say something. But yeah, no, as kind of a last thing, we'll say you're able to subtle spell that as both Teddy and Xanthi kind of stood up, but you subtle spelled it to Hayes. So theoretically, everyone is within ear shot if there's anything Hayes would, or sorry, Marigold would say or do.
I think Marigold stands up and says, I know that I'm different, and I know that there are dark forces around me. Indian is the closest that I've ever come to finding any answers. I can't help that we're similar in that regard, but I hope that you would know that I'm better than that. And she, like, is pretty upset, so she thinks she just, like, kind of, like, goes out to the pool area, like, kind of quickly.
Everyone's so divided.
And with that,
Sorry to stir the pot.
as Marigold heads out to the pool, Teddy to the kind of garden area, and Xanthi and Hayes, well, Xanthi upstairs, and Hayes kind of stays at the dining room table. That is where we will end tonight's session, and oh boy, what a roller coaster that was!
I'm sorry.
Lots
Tate,
of information and
I
lots of things.
I love Marigold.